Hello, Patriots. I'm a Restored Republic via a GCR update compiled by Judy Byington. Judy, note, you are urged to prepare for a black swan global financial crash on the horizon that would have a huge impact across the world. Since first taking office in 2016, President Trump has recovered from the Satan-worshipping deep state cabal trillions in stolen gold across the world and had it placed in a new U.S. Treasury on an Indian reservation near Reno, Nevada. On Wednesday, February 11th at the White House, Trump nationalized the privately owned by foreign bankers Federal Reserve that would take down the privately owned IRS. The government will be funded through tariffs and a 14% sales tax on new items only, none on medicine or food. Right now, Trump was implementing NESARA, freedom from debt laws, across the world that gave the people's taxpayer monies back to the people. 8 billion people and all banks across the globe were in the middle of a global currency reset to gold asset-backed currency. In preparation for the expected global financial implosion event, the BRICS alliance, Brazil, Russia, India, China, and South Africa, along with President Trump's global military alliance, has already instigated a global currency transition from fiat money to gold asset-backed currency on a new global financial system. The global currency reset of 209 countries has been in the making since the bankruptcy of U.S. Inc.'s Federal Reserve fiat dollar in 2008. The new asset-backed digital currency is called ISO 20022 and will be available from your new Q phone, not at a bank. Because of the bankruptcy of the Federal Reserve fiat dollar, many banks are closing because their money was not asset-backed Basel IV compliant. Since Friday, February 3rd, all Basel IV compliant banks were expected to go public with the new gold commodity-backed currency international rates as required by the NESARA law. Fiat money is backed by a country's government instead of a physical commodity or financial instrument. This means most coin and paper currencies that are used throughout the world are fiat money. This includes the US dollar, British pound, euro, and South Africa rand. I think it's Saudi Arabia. All Basel IV compliant countries will then put out their new currencies and take the old money in. So the fiat dollar will become obsolete outside of the U.S. and millions hidden will become worthless. The world will use the fiat and then transition over to the precious metals. Commodity-backed currencies and the USD, sterling pound, and euro will have no value whatsoever anymore. The use of the fiat will be used for up to 90 days, February, March, April, parallel with the new United States note. They may cut it off by April 30th or soon thereafter. No fiat currency or any other form of currency or cash can be deposited into the QFS without going through an exchange process and having a digital gold certificate assigned. Without the gold certificate, the computer will not recognize it as money. The redemption of Zim bonds creates a transaction where the gold certificates are activated and put into your accounts in the QFS. At the end of the 10 days of communication darkness, you will be invited into a redemption center to set up your new money account called a wallet. All the funds in your present bank account already have been mirrored onto the new global financial system. As such, no one but yourself can access your new and secure bank account on the Starlink system. New physical gold asset-backed U.S. notes will be available in ATMs. A 3-day event was imminent where announcements would be made over an activated emergency broadcast system on the new Starlink satellite system to all cell phones worldwide. All TV, radio, internet, and phone communication channels will be taken over by the Global Military Alliance. Temporary worldwide martial law will be enforced so the Global Military Alliance could keep the public safe while they made mass arrests of deep state, cabal, Satan worshipper, traitors. This will be followed by 10 days of worldwide communication darkness where mainstream media channels will be taken down so 8-hour documentaries could be shown 24/7 on RV, radio, and internet, educating the public on their newfound freedoms due to arrests of the deep state cabal who have kept us in financial debt to rule our lives. You are advised to stock up on food, medicine, cash, and essentials as banks and stores may be closed and ATMs not working. The military will have food on hand for whoever needs it. EBS Martial Law, 3 Days of Darkness, 10 Days of Promotion. Saturday, February 14th, 2026, Alliance Plan. Charlie Ward and Friends on Telegram. Trump created a fake Biden presidency to expose globalist crimes and corruption. The emergency broadcast system will impose martial law until fair and transparent elections can be held. 3 days of darkness, planned cyber attacks against everything. Blackout, internet, communication, possible power outage. 10 days of promotion. Loop broadcasts for 8 hours a day. NESARA debt relief implementation. The military will provide the masses with the food they need. QFS implemented. 95% reduction in government structure. IRS under new U.S. Treasury Department. New tax system where only a 14% tax is charged on new items, no taxes on food or medicine, salaries, used houses or cars, etc. Abolition of maritime law and change of customary law. Saturday, February 14th, the EBS alert countdown has begun to martial law. Emergency broadcast system on Telegram. EBS test signals have been confirmed in multiple regions. Stay vigilant for activation. No exact timeline is public, but secure briefings indicate readiness. Prepare for a 48-hour communication blackout, along with lockdown. No more deep state censorship. No more fake news feeds. Only documentaries expounding truth across every TV, radio, and internet broadcast worldwide. Expect 10 days of media silence as the military controlled communications and spit out emergency broadcasts revealing everything. This will be a time of communications reset, with cell towers neutralized as weapons, banking system frozen, and ATMs, credit and debit cards not working. Important update confirmed. NESARA announcement is imminent. This marks the official start of the new system and the end of the old world structure. EBS will follow globally, all screens, all channels, one broadcast. Full disclosure will be shown in sequence documentaries to awaken the masses. A temporary global lockdown window is being prepared to secure the broadcast phase. During this period, truth will be delivered without interruption. QFS is already active in the background. Global trust funds and seized cabal assets have been moved into quantum ledgers for return to the people. Central banks have been migrated. ISO 20022 is live. All transactions are traceable. Corruption has no place to hide. This is the final transition stage. The old market structure cannot survive what comes next. Stay calm, stay alert. Everything is about to change. Wake up. In the coming hours, JFK Jr. emerges on EBS, alive, ready to speak. The son who never left the fight returns to expose the Kennedy coup and deep state lies. This is the marker. The plan always had him. God protects his warriors. Saturday, February 14th, huge. Trump takes control of America's money and ends the Federal Reserve era. Ezra Cohen on Telegram. On February 11th, 2026, inside the White House, President Donald J. Trump signed an executive order that detonated the old financial order. The Federal Reserve was nationalized, its assets were seized, its authority was transferred directly to the U.S. Treasury. After more than a century, the central banking system lost its independence in a single stroke. The order declared the Federal Reserve a threat to national sovereignty and economic stability. By midnight, federal authorities had secured Fed headquarters in Washington, along with regional branches in New York, Chicago, and San Francisco. Servers were confiscated, internal ledgers were locked down, vault records were placed under Treasury control. The era of untouchable central bankers was declared over. For decades, the Fed operated as the engine of fiat expansion, creating trillions of dollars through digital entries and debt instruments. Every new wave of money printing diluted wages, inflated assets, and pushed the national debt higher. Under the previous administration between 2021 In 2024, inflation surged, household costs exploded, and federal borrowing reached historic levels. Food, fuel, and housing prices doubled, while Wall Street and politically connected corporations absorbed the liquidity. Trump's move targeted what he described as a financial cartel that had dominated monetary policy for generations. Audits were ordered on transactions stretching back to the 2008 crisis. Lobbying networks that defended central bank autonomy suddenly found themselves under investigation. Major institutions, long shielded from scrutiny, faced immediate federal review. Simultaneously, Trump announced the rollout of a gold-backed U.S. Treasury. The U.S. Mint was instructed to issue new currency pegged directly to America's physical gold reserves. The objective was simple and uncompromising: end unlimited money creation and anchor every dollar to a tangible asset. Markets reacted instantly. Commodity pricing recalibrated. Energy futures dropped. Retail cost projections shifted. Supporters framed it as a return to monetary discipline. Critics warned of global instability. International banking circles issued statements expressing alarm over the dismantling of the Federal Reserve structure that had influenced global finance for more than a century. Trump defended the move as an economic liberation. He argued that fiat expansion had financed endless wars, corporate bailouts, and speculative bubbles while weakening the middle class. By transferring control of the Treasury, tying the dollar to gold, he claimed inflation would stabilize and long-term purchasing power would be restored. Global financial institutions felt the shock. The International Monetary Fund and World Banks faced uncertainty about America's new direction. European central bankers labeled the action reckless. Wall Street executives scrambled to assess liquidity without the traditional Fed safety net. Inside the United States, the narrative split sharply. Supporters called it the most decisive economic reset in modern history. Opponents described it as unprecedented federal overreach. But one fact remained undeniable: the structure of American monetary power had changed overnight. The message from the White House was blunt: no more unchecking printing, no more private control over national currency, no more invisible levers guiding the economy from behind closed doors. Whether history records it as reform or rupture, February 11, 2026 marked the moment when the Federal Reserve era ended and direct government control over America's money began. Friday, February 13th, the 107-year war crushed in 2026. Tribunals in full swing. 107D code exposes the deep state drug cartel and rigged election nightmare. Patriots, the storm is here and the cabal is done. 107 on Telegram. 107 rips the veil off the 107-year war the satanic cabal has waged against America and freedom. This climactic battle explodes in 2026, with military tribunals roaring to life, dragging high-level traitors into justice. From now, old exposes echo today. Billions from cocaine while the U.S. fakes the drug war. CIA puppets corrupt generals buying Swiss villas with cartel cash. Overlords like Sosa ruling continents, created narco states in Bolivia, Colombia, Chiang Kai-shek's China, Sicily turned heroin hub post-World War II, with Lucky Luciano and French connection. Marseille bosses owned mayors and cops. Shanghai triads sat in parliaments. CIA's Laos ops bought entire crops for secret armies. Heroin funneled to America. Barry Seals flights evaded. DEA guns for Contras. Coke dumped in swamps. Black money laundered through Mena, Arkansas, straight to Clinton's. Iran-Contra records burned, but whistleblowers saved bank proof. It all links to the 2020 fraud. Ukraine war never ignites without that steel. Foreign attacks via NATO allies, Cuba, Venezuela, China, Serbia, Italy, City of London. Trump held Nixon's letter. You'll win and be great. Nixon handed him the playbook to dismantle New York's 5 families. Rudy in from the start. Southern District crooks smeared him, but now justice flips. 2026 national security emergency. Military runs elections. No judge dares interfere, or they rot in cells. Smartmatic fraud tied to Brennan. Clinton's Western intel exposed and destroyed. Power unused against evil is worthless. Military patriots who installed Trump know this cold. They have hit sources. Venezuela, fentanyl origins. CIA created cartels never shut down under Bush Clinton for Black Ops cash. Brennan's crimes are monstrous. Ongoing conspiracies reset statutes daily. DEA, FBI, CIA whistleblowers ready to testify. Some jailed under Obama but fearless. They won't survive exposure. Putin watches too. To narco war ends in 2026. Gitmo tribunals process treason, election theft, crimes against humanity under devolution. Elites vanish in night raids, senators, Hollywood, big pharma, tech tyrants. EBSD class drops, dumbs, whores, child rescues, quantum fraud proof. Sheep awaken, patriots triumph. Trump strikes tentacles ripping America. Good military souls, once tweet, now strike true. NESARA ignites, quantum ends fiat slavery. God wins, cabal burns. Hold fast, Anons. Total victory in 2026. Nothing stop what's coming. Where we go one, we go all. Saturday, 14th of February 2026, 107 update. Boom. 107 drops nuclear bombshell update. February 14th, Epstein files explode. Deep state pedo ring crumbles. Silver skyrockets to $300 floor. Patriots, the storm hits now. White hats winning big. 107 on Telegram. Explosive revelations shake the world. 107 unleashes truth storm at Epstein's 3 million pages flood out. Bill Maher admits QAnons were right about, well, it's not QAnons, it's just Q in Anons. Were right about Democrat-run pedo rings. He owes patriots a huge apology for mocking the awakening. Climax hits with Bill and Hillary Clinton forced to testify before Congress February 20th, 2026 in contempt vote. Hillary's witch sorcery chicken sacrifices as pedo code for boys straight from WikiLeaks. Vatican Serpent Auditorium speaks for Lucifer. Q awakens masses. Research, fight, crush evil. Silver tsunami crushes scams. Paper illusions shatter. Physical soars. Spot plus $45 in Asia. VP Vance steals $300 floor with top miners. February 16, 2026. Blocking China's undercutting. Tariffs lock profits. Big money floods. Mining for space tech's irreplaceable silver. Hold tight, patriots. Prices trigger at $260. Base $300. Financial coup ends fiat collapse. Restores wealth to the people. Trump's arch flips portal. Massive 250-foot DC arch by 2027 snatches 17 Q victory from occultists reversing boomerang on deep state. Both sides battle symbology, but white hats claim it, breaking enemy spirit. Friday, February 13th was U.S. Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt. I'm happy to provide you all of the evidence. Governor Gavin Newsom is under criminal review for signing up illegal aliens to vote through his criminal conspiracy. AB 37 Universal Mail-in Ballots. I'd be glad to send the evidence to you after this briefing. Fraudulent ballots that are being mailed in the names of other people, in the names of illegal aliens who shouldn't be voting in American elections. There are countless examples, and we'd be happy to provide them. Gavin Newsom banned voter ID in California, but issues driver's licenses to the 10 to 15 million undocumented illegal aliens. The Democrats imported under Biden so they could vote illegally. Meanwhile, he can't account for where the $24 billion he extorted from taxpayers to fight homelessness went. Voter fraud. Saturday, February 14th. Georgia senator uncovers ghost registered voter. He also exposes Mark Zuckerberg paid for mobile voting units in Democrat precincts. So they registered a bunch of fake voters at random places, then paid for drivers to drive around and collect the ballots. Nothing to see here. This mobile voting unit driving all around Fulton County, collecting ballots from people who would show up at a precinct that maybe wasn't a precinct that would be open on that day, but they used Zuckerberg money to deploy these mobile voting units to 80% Democrat precincts, of course. But then if you fast forward to today, you've got all these illegal voters registered to vote. UPS stores, packed mail, empty lots, abandoned buildings, homeless shelters that have been closed since 2017. It's madness.
The Save America Act has
Since Friday the 3rd of February 2023, all Basel IV compliant banks were expected to go public with the new gold commodity-backed currency international rates as required by the NESARA law. This is the re-evaluation of all the global currencies, meaning the global currency reset. The Iraqi dinar will be the first indicator that will trigger the rest. Fiat money is backed by a country's government instead of a physical commodity or financial instrument. This means most coin and paper currencies that are used throughout the world are fiat money. This includes the US dollar, the British pound, the euro, and the Say rand. All Basel IV compliant countries will then put out their new currencies and take the old money in. So the fiat dollar will become obsolete outside of the US, and millions hidden will become worthless. The world will use the fiat and then transition over to the precious metals/commodity-backed currencies and the USD. Sterling, pound, and euro will have no value whatsoever anymore. The use of the fiat will be used for up to 90 days of February, March, April, parallel with the new United States note of cent. They may cut it off of by April 30th, or soon thereafter. No fiat currencies or any other form of currency or cash can be deposited into the QFS without going through an exchange process and having a digital gold certificate assigned. Without the gold certificate, the computer will not recognize it as money. The redemption of ZIM bonds creates a transaction where the gold certificates are activated and put into your account S in the QFS. No currency is automatically activated in the QFS when the time comes. Each owner of a bank account will access the QFS portal and can exchange their fiat currency in that bank account to the QFS. The QFS already knows if the money is clean and non-terroristic and will allow the exchange to take place. It will then be assigned the gold certificate and become active for use. 11 global banks probing the wonderful world of quantum technology since 2021 already. Is your bank Basel IV and QFS compliant? No need to worry. You will get a QFS wallet and operate your wallet from your phone. There are three main groups driving this initiative. 1. Swiss Banking Group AG. R. Indus. BRICS. 3. U.S. Space Force.
Saturday, February 14th, 2025. Alex Jones. New memo reveals the FBI plan for January 6 months in advance. They plan to plant informants in this crowd and planned mass arrests of conservatives. They literally knew it would be rigged because they only planned arrests for conservatives, not liberals. They had a tabletop exercise that ran in Boston in August of 2020, 5 months before January 6 occurred. The memos, which Kash Patel just turned over to Congress, he just found them recently, turned them over to Congress at the request of Chairman Barry Loudermilk, who's in charge of the J6 investigation now in the House, showed that the FBI knew there was a strong possibility of a hanging election or a contested election. They even devised very specific strategies. One of them is to embed informants inside the groups where the most likely political violence or political agitation might occur. The second thing they recommended was mass prosecutions, even for the most minor of crimes, exactly what the FBI did after January 6th. Now, there are two big things about that strategy. It's pretty clear the strategy was hatched months before, and that's what they carried out. The FBI, knowing something was going to happen, implementing a strategy that hurt conservatives, but not liberals. Tipped FBI. Fake smears, zero credibility. Deep state would have nuked him with real dirt years ago. God shields his anointed. Now the Trump card loads. Watermarked ballots expose 2020-2024 thefts. Michigan, 17,560 plus dead voters. Georgia, no ballot fraud. Foreign hacks. Pakistan, voting remotely. Kraken alive, Sidney Powell. Stolen seats overturned, SAVE Act or bust. No illegals stealing 2026. Ukraine equals trafficking bioweapon hub. Obama-Zelensky plot chaos in New York City, LA, with Iranian sleepers. But Trump positioned his historic peace, Middle East, Latin America freed. J.D. Vance, Bondi, Wiles, wolves exposed, discernment prevails, division is enemy tactic. Fraud tsunami, 1 trillion plus stolen yearly. IRS owes billions. Jamie Dimon forced out. Disney Island cruises, silver rigged to hell. Fiat collapses, new system rises. Prophecies ignite. Georgia cleansed, Benghazi exploding. Utah child rings next. Patriots roar. Call senators nonstop for SAVE Act. Pray, warfare. Vote like eternity depends on it. Storm intensifies, but victory is here. King Jesus reigns. Greatest revival ever. Remnant seizes mountains. Light wins, God wins. Trump card drops soon. Project Odin martial law on Telegram. There will be an EBS message sent over phones, TV, and radio around the globe saying that in the next 5 hours or so, everyone needed to be home for a global lockdown that would last 10 to 12 days. NESARA will be announced to the world, which will show that everything new is beginning. Then, through the EBS, they will show documentaries of everything that has happened to wake up the masses. At the end of the 12 days, they will give out an 800 number for individuals to call to obtain an appointment to set up your quantum money account on the new Starlink satellite system. There were 75 deep state banks that were seized and all assets and accounts closed. All the cabal's central banks have been taken over, with assets entered into the quantum financial system. The QFS is run on blockchain, where nothing fraudulent can happen because everything is traceable. They can see where all money goes, which stops corruption in its tracks. Apparently, all people have a sum of money in an individual quantum financial account. The seized assets of the cabal were moved to those quantum financial accounts of the people. All monies and trust funds were moved to individual QFS accounts. All our bank accounts, savings accounts, and retirement accounts were safe in the new quantum system. The only monies not reflected in individual quantum accounts were investments and shares on the stock market. All that will be gone. It is advised to get out of the stock market immediately. Restored Republic, Friday, February 13, 2026. Huge. There is now military law in place under NESARA. 57 banks have closed. There are daily executions at Gitmo. Troops are being sent all over the country. Starlink is under attack. And Trump is leading a storm against the deep state in 200 countries. 10 days of darkness on Telegram. There is no room for doubt. We are in the last stage of a worldwide military operation to break up the deep state and give power back to the people. Donald J. Trump is the commander-in-chief of more than 200 independent countries. This isn't politics. This is war in all areas: land, air, sea, cyber, and space. Starlink is more than just a satellite system. It is a military grid that protects against sabotage and guides operations on the ground. It is a global targeting, surveillance, and defense shield. It locks onto targets, changes the course of attacks, and scans the whole planet with quantum accuracy. Starlink is the protector of NESARA's enforcement on the battlefield. The quantum financial system is at the heart of it all. This isn't change. It means the complete end of the fiat cabal. Trillions of dollars worth of stolen assets are being moved from elite strongholds straight to sovereign digital wallet vaults. NESARA is no longer just an idea. It is now military law that is enforced by AI-powered weapons of war. 57 deep state banks have closed in the last 72 hours, not by regulators, but by QFS command overrides. These groups were involved in money laundering, digital sabotage, and keeping fiat currency down. They are gone now, seized assets, executives are in jail. There was no negotiation with QFS, it took over. Specialized NESARA preparation units have been sent out all over the U.S. These soldiers are turning on quantum redemption nodes all over the country. They're setting the stage for wealth redistribution, debt forgiveness, and citizens' access to sovereign funds while hiding behind federal camouflage. The infrastructure is ready. The military is in charge of logistics. In the meantime, Gitmo has grown into a fortress for a court underground. Now there are AI-run court systems, quantum encrypted data streams, and execution chambers. For the first time ever, military courts are being fully recorded, including video, audio, and biometric data. These archives are safe in 3 vaults around the world, waiting to be released to the public in a controlled way. What are the charges? Crimes against people, trafficking of children, use of bioweapons, interference with elections, networks of occult rituals. These are not trials that are meant to be symbolic. These are the last decisions. Every day people are put to death. The speed is like in war. The tone can't be changed. The last thing the deep state did, turning off Starlink, they didn't work. We stopped rogue missile launches, drone strikes, and frequency weapon attacks from Ukraine, Kazakhstan, and Antarctica. Why? Starlink is armed now. The Eclipse grid has been up and running since May, with quantum EMP barriers, hidden counter drones, and self-defense systems. All of the attacks failed. Every hit was recorded and then undone. Some places where the enemy launched missiles are no longer there. Starlink has not lost yet. All nodes are online. Every signal is safe. The enemy's last positions were only revealed when they tried to shut down the sky. This isn't a revolution. This is the end. The storm is under Trump's control. The military carries out NESARA. Starlink protects the operation. Gitmo hides the traitors. Banks are going down. Troops are sent out. People are writing down their confessions. Justice is not coming. It is already happening. The last phase is going on. Countdown is real, and the world you used to know will never come back. Guru Information and Intel, Friday, February 13th. Economic shockwave exploding right now. Over 9,000 bankers indicted by U.S. military. NESARA fully activated. 147,000 metric tons of elite gold seized and recovered to back the new U.S. economy. Genius Act enforced. Military tribunals rolling non-stop. Carolyn Bessette Kennedy on Telegram. The U.S. military under Trump's Iron Command has indicted more than 9,000 top bankers, hedge fund sharks, trust operatives, and globalist money launderers who have been charged with treason, financial terrorism, election rigging, resource theft, and straight-up economic warfare against we the people. These arrests kicked off massive in 2025 and are exploding into full military tribunals right now in 2026. Gitmo is packed. Trials are swift and justice is merciless. No more slaps on the wrist. These criminals who funded wars, rigged markets, are facing the full weight of military law. Their offshore empires frozen. Their hidden accounts seized. Over $7 trillion yanked from Swiss vaults, Cayman shells, Luxembourg hideouts, and Singapore slush funds, all redirected straight into the NESARA restoration pool for American citizens. NESARA is live and unstoppable. Trump flipped the switch. Federal income tax, gone forever. Illegal debts from fraud and manipulation, wiped clean. Stolen wealth from decades of elite looting, returning to verified patriots through direct payouts. The fiat scam is dead. A rock-solid asset-backed system rises from the ashes. No more endless printing. No inflation traps. No banker slavery. Just real value, real freedom. And backing it all, a jaw-dropping 147,000 metric tons of elite gold recovered by military ops from Geneva, Zurich, Abu Dhabi, London vaults starting early 2025. This isn't pocket change, it's sovereign national wealth, the largest gold haul in history, now secured under U.S. control, dwarfing China and Russia combined. Fort Knox audits confirmed. Hidden foreign stashes reclaimed. New mining ramps in Arizona, Nevada, Alaska. The gold backs the new treasury currency. Shuts down IMF, World Bank control, and funds massive infrastructure without a time of debt. The elite's precious metal empire stripped bare and handed back to the people. Trump signed the Genius Act in mid-2025. Total ban on central bank digital currencies unless one-to-one backed by physical gold or U.S. cash. No programmable tracking money. No surveillance slavery. No Biden-style digital dollar nightmare. Violations treated as financial terrorism. Straight to tribunals. Banks are flipping to the gold-backed layer now. The old system collapses by July 4th, 2026. Elite power tools shattered, banks shut, gold seized. The people rise as the criminals fall. Trump and the White Hats have turned the tables completely. The deep state thought they owned the money, owned the world. Wrong. Their game is over. Irreversible payouts loading, QFS humming, prosperity flooding to patriots who held the line. The mask is ripped off. The tribunals roar. The gold flows back home. Justice isn't coming, it's here, roaring through the system they weaponized against us. Spread this wildfire. The economic reset is locked. The elites are defeated, and the new golden age dawns for we the people. Stay vigilant, stay strong. Victory is ours, and it's happening now. Friday, February 13th, 2026, 107, Critical Great Danger Update. The storm isn't here yet, patriots. You've only felt the first ripples. 107 drops truth bombs that should wake every sleeping Anons. The real tempest is barreling toward America like a freight train from hell, and the deep state traitors know their time is up. Juan recounts his name origin. Back in the shadows, radio codes assign numbers. He was one of 7. South America ops demanded instant anonymity. Boom, 107, born in 10 seconds notice. He shut down Jeb Bush's snarky JFK Trump jab years back with one cold warning. Jeb vanished from the spotlight after that. The Bushes learned, don't poke the bear when 107 knows dates, locations, and secrets. Massive intelligence revelations are primed for release. A top foreign intel chief defected long ago. His overlapping stories with American patriots exposed the greatest sting in U.S. history. JFK files just dropped corroborate everything Juan has hinted at for decades. Hollywood heavyweights are reviewing the manuscript. This will shock. Friday, February 13th, the 107-year war crushed in 2026. Tribunals in full swing. 107 Decode exposes the deep state drug cartel and rigged election nightmare. Patriots, the storm is here and the cabal is done. 107 on Telegram. 107 rips the veil off the 107-year war the satanic cabal has waged against America and freedom. This climactic battle explodes in 2026 with military tribunals roaring to life, dragging high-level traitors into justice. From ancient opium empires to CIA black ops, drowning streets in poison, the deep state funded its tyranny through drugs, child horrors, and stolen elections, all to cling to power. But Trump's unbreakable will and white hat precision are annihilating them now. Old exposes echo today. Billions from cocaine while the U.S. fakes the drug war. CIA puppets corrupt generals buying Swiss villas with cartel cash. Overlords like Sosa ruling continents, created narco states in Bolivia, Colombia, Chiang Kai-shek's China, Sicily turned heroin hub post-World War II with Lucky Luciano and French connection. Marseille bosses owned mayors and cops. Shanghai triads sat in parliament. Kuomintang guarded poppy routes. CIA's Laos ops bought entire crops for secret armies. Heroin funneled to America. Barry Seals flights evaded. DEA guns for Contras. Coke dumped in swamps. Black money laundered through Mena, Arkansas, straight to Clinton's. Iran-Contra records burned, but whistleblowers saved bank proof. It all links to the 2020 fraud. Ukraine war never ignites without that steel. Foreign attacks via NATO allies, Cuba, Venezuela, China, Serbia, Italy, City of London. Trump held Nixon's letter. You'll win and be great. Nixon handed him the playbook to dismantle New York's 5 families. Rudy in from the start. Southern District crooks smeared him, but now justice flips. 2026 national security emergency. Military runs elections. No judge dares interfere. Or they rot in cells. Smartmatic fraud tied to Brennan. Clinton's Western intel exposed and destroyed. Power unused against evil is worthless. Military patriots who installed Trump know this cold. They have hit sources. Venezuela, fentanyl origins. CIA created cartels never shut down under Bush Clinton for Black Ops cash. Brennan's crimes are monstrous. Ongoing conspiracies reset statutes daily. DEA, FBI, CIA whistleblowers ready to testify. Some jailed under Obama but fearless. They won't survive exposure. Putin watches too. The 107-year opium to narco war ends in 2026. Gitmo tribunals process treason, election theft, crimes against humanity under devolution. Elites vanish in night raids, senators, Hollywood, big pharma, tech tyrants. EBSD class drops, dumbs, whores, child rescues, quantum fraud proof. Sheep awaken, patriots triumph. Trump strikes tentacles ripping America. Good military souls once tweet, now strike true. NESARA ignites, quantum ends fiat slavery. God wins, cabal burns. Hold fast, Anons. Total victory in 2026. Nothing stop what's coming. Friday, the February 13th, Senator Kennedy destroys Kash Patel and Pam Bondi in hearing on surveillance abuse and Epstein files. Thursday, February 12th, shocking revelation. Tulsi Gabbard drops a nuclear truth bomb. Joe Biden was not calling the shots, and neither was Kamala Harris in charge. Hillary Clinton, Barack Obama, Antony Blinken, Jake Sullivan, and the deep state using the auto pen to run the Joe Biden presidency. White Hats on Telegram. Friday, February 13th, we have a link to Kathy O'Brien on meeting Trump. Thursday, February 12th, Jerry Nadler is one of the highest-ranking Democrats in the House of Representatives, and he's openly calling for people to shoot federal law enforcement. This is despicable behavior from an elected official, and I'm sure the left-wing media will cover it extensively. Trump Nation on Telegram. Last Tuesday, February 10th, 2026, the Department of War took action to disable Mexican cartel drones that breached U.S. airspace, which prompted the FAA to close El Paso airspace and airport for the next 10 days. The White House on Telegram. Friday, February 13th, DARPA, the Defense Advanced Research Projects Agency, is paying scientists to invent ways to instantly read soldiers' minds using tools like genetic engineering of the human brain, nanotechnology, and infrared beams. White Hats on Telegram. Friday, February 13th, 2026, ABC. The owner of California Waste Solutions, who is a major waste contractor for Oakland, California, has been bribing city council members. 50 people, including many public officials, were brought a 10-day luxury trip to Vietnam. They also received thousands of dollars in bribes, and LLCs were created to accept the money. Friday, February 13th, breaking special report. Trump stops the stop. Trump kills Obama's engine shutdown rule. Start-stop, system dead. Friday, February 13th, White House statement. Bombshell alert, Trump accounts launched. Every child born after 2025 now eligible for a $1,000 wealth fund plus tax-free growth until age 28. Friday, February 13th, bomb strike declaration. Secretary of War Pete Hegseth unleashes Bond, 250 elite business titans embedded into U.S. military command to fuel future fight. Video. Friday, February 13th, historic bond redemption. The forgotten wealth that will shake the financial system. The secret buried in vaults. Operation Hellstorm. Shocking claims emerge from the shadows of war. War reveals what peace hides. The MAGA King on Telegram. Explosive claims circulating online allege that during a classified military sweep behind active front lines, Russian special forces uncovered a vast underground complex, unlike anything seen on a battlefield. What was expected to be abandoned terrain reportedly exposed a hidden world, buried beneath scorched earth and collapsed infrastructure. According to these unverified reports, a routine combat operation escalated into a discovery of extensive tunnel systems concealed beneath structures labeled as humanitarian sites. Deep underground forces allegedly encountered surveillance corridors, climate-controlled chambers, and secured medical rooms guarded more heavily than frontline command posts. These were not described as military tunnels. They were described as industrial facilities. The allegations go further. The reports claim that hundreds of children were found alive and removed from underground compartments. No sustained headlines, no investigations aired, only fragments appearing on obscure intelligence forums, followed by rapid debunking attempts and content suppression. Supporters of the claims argue that the silence itself is evidence of a coordinated cover-up. Within days, the reports allege sudden resignations, emergency data wipes, heightened security at sensitive facilities, and quiet damage control behind closed doors. The deep war beneath the surface. Whether fully proven or not, these claims underscore a darker narrative many believe is unfolding beneath modern conflicts. Wars used as smokescreens, humanitarian corridors exploited, and civilians reduced to assets in hidden economies of power. This story, as told by its proponents, is not about territory or weapons. It is about control, secrecy, and innocence lost. Conclusion: claims that demand scrutiny. If even a fraction of these allegations are true, the implications are enormous. They demand independent verification, transparent investigation, and international accountability. Burying stories does not erase them. Suppressing questions does not create peace. There will be no trust without truth. There will be no closure without exposure. This is the claim shaking the underground narrative of war, and it is not going away. Friday, February 13th. The Rothschild family is one of the oldest, wealthiest, and most powerful families in the world. Their bloodlines go back and is known to rule for centuries. But who are the Rothschilds? Edward Snowden on Telegram. Jacob Rothschild and open Satanist Marina Abramovic stand together in a famous picture in front of a famous painting from 1797 named Satan Summoning His Legions. When they show you who they are, believe them. They also are known to have parties and balls like in the movie Eyes Wide Shut, which was a peek into these elite closed-door parties. Philippine Baroness de Rothschild always wears a horned goat or Baphomet, a satanic deity, around her neck, especially at world public events. When they show you who they are, believe them. Are you starting to notice a pattern yet? These families have deep satanic roots that go back centuries and constantly show you who they really are. Now, since the Epstein files, people are now finally starting to see that evil does sit at the highest levels of power, and many rule over us. They just never thought it was true.
Restored Republic via GCR. Judy note: this week we were shocked when it was reported by FBI Director Kash Patel that 60 deep state money laundering pedophile senators and 9,000 plus corrupt bankers had been charged in federal and military courts and likely arrested, especially when not one news organization followed up on the stories. The media's response was not surprising, though the news hit home the reality that most of Congress had likely been arrested, which would dissolve Congress. We do know from Trump that the charges on against the politicians inspired him to activate NESARA laws across the globe. It was the end of poverty and debt for peoples of the world, plus the beginning of a new golden age. I don't think the deep state cabal that owned mainstream media liked that idea. Another shocker from Patel was that deep state operative Erica Kirk, widow of TPUSA founder Charlie Kirk, has been taken to federal court on alleged criminal ties to Jeffrey Epstein. Erica's lawsuits were exposing such high-profile names and government connections to child trafficking that they have triggered asset freezes on her networks, warrant waves and the full exposure of how these conservative front testimonies from TPUSA insiders and leaked 2026 CIA/FBI files indicated Erica was her husband Charlie's satanic handler. A handler in satanic terms was a person charged with maintaining lifelong control over a mind control victim who was seen as a threat to the cabal. There were many indications that the so-called murder of Charlie Kirk at Utah Valley University was set up by the Israeli Mossad, and his perhaps escape into a victim witness program was set up by Trump's global military alliance. Activation of the Emergency Broadcast System, EBS, will bring in temporary martial law to protect us while Trump's global military alliance brought down not only the higher-ups like Erica, but over 8 million Satan-worshipping members of the deep state cabal worldwide. Since 2025, Trump's U.S. military has indicted more than 9,000 top bankers, hedge fund sharks, trust operatives, and globalist money launderers. Like Erica and other Satan worshipper deep state cabal members worldwide, they faced military tribunals charged with treason, financial terrorism, election rigging, resource theft and economic warfare against we the people. The NESARA/NESARA laws have been activated across the globe, instigating debt forgiveness, tax refunds and gold/asset-backed currency in a global currency reset that was taking place right now. Debt and beginning of a new golden age for people of the world. Pray. Have patience. Trust the plan. A possible timing, on Sunday 1st of February, 2026 the new gold/asset-backed quantum financial system went 100% live across the globe. On Friday, February 6, 2026 the emergency broadcast system activated in 100 U.S. cities, with a global rollout of the EBS expected soon, along with power fluctuations, internet blackouts and select zones and cell service interruptions, all part of the controlled takedown to protect civilians during Trump's global military alliance mass arrests. Sunday 8 of February, 2026 EBS blackout launched in select areas. Underground DC, London, Berlin facilities overtaken. Servers seized, propaganda under military control, CEOs vanishing. Controlled outages strategic to block sabotage. EBS drops 50-plus terabytes of information on WEF schemes, underground tunnels, Ukraine biolab docks, 500-plus detained, Rothschild captured, Hollywood crumbling. 2s. February 10, 2026 at 7:07 a.m. EST, military commands in 27 countries received their last confirmation messages. Trump approved the Global Restoration Accord. Sovereign councils were being set up in every territory. They were backed by gold, enforced by truth and guided by consciousness. Wednesday 11th of February 11, 2026 President Trump signed an executive order that nationalized the Federal Reserve, seized all its assets, ended central bank control overnight, froze the accounts of Rothschild-linked bankers, and launched a gold-backed currency to crush the inflation from Joe Biden's fake economy. On Thursday, February 12, 2026 as the Democrats voted to shut down the government and an EBS alert countdown to martial law began. EBS test signals confirmed in multiple regions, stay vigilant for activation. No exact timeline was public, but secure briefings indicate readiness. Prepare for a 48-hour communication blackout, along with lockdown, no more deep state censorship, no more fake news feeds, only documentaries expounding truth across every TV, radio and internet broadcast worldwide. Expect 10 days of media silence as the military now controlled communications, while spitting out emergency broadcasts revealing everything. This was a time of communications reset, with cell towers neutralized as weapons, banking system froze and ATMs, credit and debit cards would not be working. Midnight Saturday 14th of February, 2026, the cabal-owned U.S. Incorporated would shut down, thereby ending their debt-based control. Iraq set to make the new dinar rate public as ordered by Trump and according to a high-up source. Sunday 15th of February, QFS set to become fully operational with intense military operations against Satan-worshipping elites. Monday 1 Feb. 2026, gold/asset-backed global currency reset implemented. No more fiat currency manipulation. Should be a go for Tier 4B, us, the Internet Group, to set redemption/exchange appointments according to a high-up source. Sunday, May 17, 2026, President Trump leads a rededication of America on the National Mall. Trump to make a formal announcement of the constitutional republic restoration, that common law has been returned to the people and personal and national sovereignty was installed. Sat. July 4, 2026, the Illuminati deep state cabal's fiat US dollar system officially collapses. B. Project Odin, martial law on Telegram. There will be a EBS message sent over phones, TV and radio around the globe saying that in the next 5 hours or so, everyone needed to be home for a global lockdown that would last 10 to 12 days. NESARA will be announced to the world, which will show that everything new is beginning. Then through the EBS, they will show documentaries of everything that has happened to wake up the masses. At the end of the 12 days, they will give out an 800 number for individuals to call to obtain an appointment to set up your quantum money account on the new Starlink satellite system. There were 75 deep state banks that were seized and all assets and accounts closed. All the cabal's central banks have been taken over, with assets entered into the quantum financial system, QFS. The QFS is run on blockchain where nothing fraudulent can happen because everything is traceable. They can see where all money goes, which stops corruption in its tracks. Apparently all people have a sum of money in an individual quantum financial account. The seized assets of the cabal were moved to those quantum financial accounts of the people. All monies and trust funds were moved to individual QFS accounts. All our bank accounts, savings accounts and retirement accounts were safe in the new quantum system. The only monies not reflected in individual quantum accounts were investments and shares on the stock market. All that will be gone. It is advised to get out of the stock market immediately. See Global Currency Reset. Friday, February 13, 2026. Tier 4B ISO 20022 execution phase. The time has arrived. Final alert. Signal window open. The storm is upon us. Today, not someday. Not a rumor. Not a drill. Green light 1111, Tier 4B ISO 20022 on Telegram. Thursday, February 12, 2026. Confirmations just in, final triggers activated. High-level banking insiders report that, Tier 4B, notifications are already being prepared for release within hours. Tier 4B ISO 20022 on Telegram. Today on Thursday, February 12, 2026, the Tier 4B Internet Group is officially active. This is the beginning of a new era. Tier 4B ISO 20022 on Telegram. Saturday, 14th of February. Iraq will make the new dinar rate public as ordered by Trump and according to a high-up source. Sunday, 15th of February. QFS set to become fully operational with intense military operations against Satan-worshipping elites. Monday, 16th of February should be a go for Tier 4B, us, the Internet Group, according to a high-up source. Thursday, February 12, 2026. Attention, paymasters report full releases. Private transaction platforms in Reno and Zurich have received direct confirmations that Tier 1 and Tier 2 payouts are finalized. Tier 3 and Tier 4B are next. If you're part of the private groups, get ready now. Tier 4B ISO 20022 on Telegram. Thursday, February 12, 2026. Reports from Reno suggest that the first batches of ZIM holders have been escorted under military guard to classified exchange points. Each individual is being treated as a transitional asset holder, part of the bridge into the new Earth economy. We're not exchanging currency. We're transferring power. Tier 4B ISO 20022 on Telegram. Thursday, February 12, 2026. Global ISO 20022 Rainbow Currency rollout now at 94% completion. Major central banks locked in final sync, quantum nodes pulsing live across continents, fiat remnants isolated and collapsing under asset-backed pressure. NESARA and NESARA updates on Telegram. Twos. February 2026. Bruce, today 4 different sources indicated that after President's Day on Tuesday, 17th of February, it appeared that Tier 4B would be notified to set redemption/exchange appointments, with exchanges starting Wednesday or Thursday, 19th of February. One source said that depending on how it went over this next 3-day weekend, would determine whether Tier 4B started Tuesday or Wednesday 18th of February. Duty note: it is advised to exchange/redeem your foreign currency at an official redemption center rather than a bank. You can only redeem them at RC. The dinar contract rate can only be given at RC, and banks will offer you lower exchange rates than what you can obtain at RC. Redemption centers were set to be open worldwide by Restored Republic. Friday, February 13, 2026. Huge. There is now military law in place under NESARA. 57 banks have closed. There are daily executions at Gitmo, troops are being sent all over the country, Starlink is under attack, and Trump is leading a storm against the deep state in 200 countries, 10 days of darkness on Telegram. There is no room for doubt. We are in the last stage of a worldwide military operation to break up the deep state and give power back to the people. Donald J. Trump is the commander-in-chief of more than 200 independent countries. This isn't politics. This is war in all areas: land, air, sea, cyber, and space. Starlink is more than just a satellite system. It is a military grid that protects against sabotage and guides operations on the ground. It is a global targeting, surveillance, and defense shield. It locks onto targets, changes the course of attacks, and scans the whole planet with quantum accuracy. Starlink is the protector of NESARA's enforcement on the battlefield. The quantum financial system is at the heart of it all. This isn't change. It means the complete end of the fiat cabal. Trillions of dollars worth of stolen assets are being moved from elite strongholds straight to sovereign digital vaults. NESARA is no longer just an idea, it is now military law that is enforced by AI-powered weapons of war. 57 deep state banks have closed in the last 72 hours. Not by regulators, but by QFS command overrides. These groups were involved in money laundering, digital sabotage, and keeping fiat currency down. They are gone now. Seized assets. Executives are in jail. There was no negotiation with QFS. It took over. Specialized NESARA preparation units have been sent out all over the U.S. These soldiers are turning on quantum redemption nodes all over the country. They are setting the stage for wealth redistribution, debt forgiveness, and citizens' access to sovereign funds while hiding behind federal camouflage. The infrastructure is ready. The military is in charge of logistics. In the meantime, Gitmo has grown into a fortress for a court underground. Now, there are AI-run court systems, quantum encrypted data streams, and execution chambers. For the first time ever, military courts are being fully recorded, including video, audio, and biometric data. These archives are safe in 3 vaults around the world, waiting to be released to the public in a controlled way. What are the charges? Crimes against people. Trafficking of children. Use of bioweapons. Interference with elections. Networks of occult rituals. These are not trials that are meant to be symbolic. These are the last decisions. Every day, people are put to death. The speed is like in war. The tone can't be changed. The last thing the deep state did, turning off Starlink. They didn't work. We stopped rogue missile launches, drone strikes, and frequency weapon attacks from Ukraine, Kazakhstan, and Antarctica. Why? Starlink is armed now. The Eclipse grid has been up and running since May, with quantum EMP barriers, hidden counter-drones, and self-defense systems. All of the attacks failed. Every hit was recorded and then undone. Some places where the enemy launched missiles are no longer there. Starlink has not lost yet. All nodes are online. Every signal is safe. The enemy's last positions were only revealed when they tried to shut down the sky. This isn't a revolution. This is the end. The storm is under Trump's control. The military carries out NESARA. Starlink protects the operation. Gitmo hides the traitors. Banks are going down. Troops are sent out. People are writing down their confessions. Justice is not coming, it is already happening. The last phase is going on. The countdown is real. And the world you used to know will never come back. Guru information and intel. Friday, February 13, 2026, economic shockwave exploding right now, over 9,000 bankers indicted by U.S. military. NESARA fully activated, 147,000 metric tons of elite gold seized and recovered to back the new U.S. economy. Genius Act enforced, military tribunals rolling non-stop. Carolyn Bessette Kennedy on Telegram. The U.S. military, under Trump's Iron Command, has indicted more than 9,000 top bankers, hedge fund sharks, trust operatives, and globalist money launderers, who have been charged with treason, financial terrorism, election rigging, resource theft and straight-up economic warfare against we the people. These arrests kicked off massive in 2025 and are exploding into full military tribunals right now in 2026. Gitmo is packed, trials are swift, and justice is merciless. Their offshore empires frozen. Their hidden accounts seized. Over $7 trillion yanked from Swiss vaults, Cayman shells, Luxembourg hideouts, and Singapore slush funds, all redirected straight into the NESARA restoration pool for American citizens. NESARA is live and unstoppable. Trump flipped the switch, federal income tax gone forever. Illegal debts from fraud and manipulation wiped clean. Stolen wealth from decades of elite looting returning to verified patriots through direct payouts. The fiat scam is dead, a rock-solid asset-backed system rises from the ashes. No more endless printing, no inflation traps, no banker slavery, just real value, real freedom. And backing it all, a jaw-dropping 147,000 metric tons of elite gold recovered by military ops from Geneva, Zurich, Abu Dhabi, London vaults starting early 2025. This isn't pocket change, it's sovereign national wealth, the largest gold haul in history, now secured under U.S. control, dwarfing China and Russia combined. Fort Knox audits confirmed, hidden foreign stashes reclaimed, new mining ramps up in Arizona, Nevada. Alaska, the gold backs the new treasury currency, shuts down IMF/World Bank control, and funds massive infrastructure without a dime of debt. The elite's precious metal empire, stripped bare and handed back to the people. Trump signed the Genius Act in mid-2025, total ban on central bank digital currencies unless one-to-one backed by physical gold or U.S. cash. No programmable tracking money, no surveillance slavery, no Biden-style digital dollar nightmare. Violations treated as financial terrorism, straight to tribunals. Banks are flipping to the gold-backed layer now, the old system collapses by July 4, 2026. Elite power tools shattered, banks shut, gold seized, accounts frozen, fiat dying. The people rise as the criminals fall. Trump and the white hats have turned the tables completely. The deep state thought they own the money, own the world, wrong. Their game is over, irreversibly. Payouts loading, QFS humming, prosperity flooding to patriots who held the line. The mask is ripped off, the tribunals roar, the gold flows back home. Justice isn't coming, it's here, roaring through the system they weaponized against us. Spread this wildfire, the economic reset is locked, the elites are defeated, and the new golden age dawns for we the people. Stay vigilant, stay strong, victory is ours, and it's happening now. Friday, February 13, 2026 107 Critical Great Danger Update. The storm isn't here yet, patriots, you've only felt the first ripples. 107 drops truth bombs that should wake every sleeping Ennans. The real tempest is barreling toward America like a freight train from hell, and the deep state traitors know their time is up. Juan recounts his name origin. Back in the shadows, radio codes assigned numbers, he was one of 7. South America ops demanded instant anonymity, boom, 107 born on 10 seconds notice. He shut down Jeb Bush's snarky JFK Trump jab years back with one cold warning. Jeb vanished from the spotlight after that. The Bushes learned, don't poke the bear when 107 knows dates, locations, and secrets. Massive intelligence revelations are primed for release. A top foreign intel chief defected long ago. His overlapping stories with American patriots expose the greatest sting in U.S. history. JFK files just dropped corroborate everything one has hinted at for decades. Hollywood heavyweights are reviewing the manuscript. This will shatter narratives and connect dots from 50-plus years of hidden ops. Behind closed doors right now, operations dwarf anything public. The storm you think you're in. Child's play. Brace yourselves, gird your loins. Juan compares it to Hawaii's false nuke missile alert, families hurling kids into ditches, believing annihilation imminent for a full agonizing hour. Or his friend buried 2 days in a drainage ditch under Mount St. Helens ash, convinced the world ended in radioactive fire, praying as the lone survivor. America's facing its own, and most aren't ready. Trump isn't playing games. Executive Order 107, March 2025, Demanded voter roll cleanups, states spat in his face. No real action. Snubbed. Now the hammer falls, national emergency declaration on elections, backed by military enforcement if needed. Federal troops secure polling, no more hodgepodge state nonsense. No machines, hand count paper ballots only, one-day voting, small precincts, secure chain of custody. Foreign interference proven, nation-states stole 2020, unleashing Ukraine carnage, Russia hemorrhaging nearly 1,000 troops daily. Stolen elections equals weapons of mass destruction. Trump's not waiting for courts or legislatures, emergency powers override everything. No judge, no governor stops this. Overreach. Cry harder, traitors. This reclaims the republic for we the people. Delay 2026 midterms if primaries stay rigged, looking at you, Utah fraud machine, Republicans enabling foreign collusion. Canvas out of Serbia. More global election meddling exposed soon. Border war escalates, El Paso airspace shut down, armed drones downed, Sinaloa cartel pushing Iranian manpads, Missa 3 stingers, into America. 9 already inside. Trump doubles carrier groups near Iran, message clear, deal or die fast. This isn't about one ally, Iran's terror empire since 1979 has 20+ million graves worldwide. Patriots must explain the magnitude to normies, reset narratives when shock hits. Education time ended, action time roars. Trump sweeps the table decisively. The republic survives only if we fight now. The storm is coming, and it's biblical. Hold the line, Enans. WWG Wonga. Friday, February 13, 2026. The 107-year war crushed in 2026, tribunals in full swing. 107D Code exposes the deep state drug cartel and rigged election nightmare. Patriots, the storm is here and the cabal is done. 107 on Telegram. 107 rips the veil off the 107-year war the satanic cabal has waged against America and freedom. This climactic battle explodes in 2026 with military tribunals roaring to life, dragging high-level traitors into justice. Old exposes Echo today, billions from cocaine while the U.S. fakes the drug war. CIA puppets, corrupt generals buying Swiss villas with cartel cash, overlords like Sosa ruling continents, created narco-states in Bolivia, Colombia, Chiang China. Sicily turned heroin hub post-World War II with Lucky Luciano and French connection. Marseille bosses owned mayors and cops, Shanghai triad sat in parliament, Kuomintang guarded poppy routes. CIA's Laos ops bought entire crops for secret armies, heroin funneled to America. Barry Seal's flights evaded DEA, guns for Contras, coke dumped in swamps, black money laundered through Mena, Arkansas, straight to Clinton's. Iran-Contra records burned, but whistleblowers saved bank-proof. It all links to the 2020 fraud. Ukraine war never ignites without that steel. Foreign attacks via NATO allies, Cuba, Venezuela, China, Serbia, Italy, City of London. Trump held Nixon's letter, "You'll win and be great." Nixon handed him the playbook to dismantle New York's 5 families, Rudy and from the start. Southern District crooks smeared him, but now justice flips. 2026 National Security Emergency. Military runs elections, no judge dares interfere, or they rot in cells. Smartmatic fraud tied to Brennan, Clinton's, Western Intel, exposed and destroyed. Power unused against evil is worthless. Military patriots who installed Trump know this cold. They've hit sources, Venezuela fentanyl origins, CIA created cartels never shut down under Bush/Clinton for Black Ops cash. Brennan's crimes are monstrous, ongoing conspiracies reset statutes daily. DEA/FBI/CIA whistleblowers ready to testify, some jailed under Obama but fearless. They won't survive exposure, Putin watches too. The 107-year opium to narco war ends in 2026. Gitmo tribunals process treason, election theft, crimes against humanity under devolution. Elites vanish in night raids, senators, Hollywood, Big Pharma, tech tyrants. EBSD class drops, DUMB's horrors, child rescues, quantum fraud proof. Sheep awaken, patriots triumph. Trump strikes tentacles ripping America, good military souls, once tweaked, now strike true. NESARA/JAZARA ignites, quantum ends fiat slavery. God wins, cabal burns. Hold fast, Enans, total victory in 2026. Nothing stops what's coming. WWG1G. L. What we think we know as of Saturday 14th of February. 2026, Friday February 13th 2026, Sen. Kennedy destroys Kash Patel and Pam Bondi in hearing on surveillance abuse and Epstein files. Thursday February 12th 2026 shocking revelation, Tulsi Gabbard drops a nuclear truth bomb, Joe Biden was not calling the shots. And neither was Kamala Harris in charge, Hillary Clinton, Barack Obama, Antony Blinken, Jake Sullivan, and the deep state using the open to run the Joe Biden presidency, White Hats on Telegram. Friday, February 13, 2026, Kathy O'Brien on meeting Trump. Thursday, February 12, 2026 Jerry Nadler is one of the highest-ranking Democrats in the House of Representatives and he is openly calling for people to shoot federal law enforcement. This is despicable behavior from an elected official and I'm sure the left-wing media will cover it extensively, Trump Nation on Telegram. Fox News, last Tuesday. February 10, 2026 The Department of War took action to disable Mexican cartel drones that breached U.S. airspace, which prompted the FAA to close El Paso airspace and airport for the next 10 days, the White House on Telegram. Friday, February 13, 2026, DARPA, the Defense Advanced Research Projects Agency, is paying scientists to invent ways to instantly read soldiers' minds using nanotechnology and infrared beams, White Hats on Telegram. Friday, February 13, 2026 ABC, the owner of California Waste Solutions, who is a major waste contractor for Oakland, California, has been bribing city council members. 50 people including many public officials were bought a 10-day luxury trip. They also received thousands of dollars in bribes and LLCs were created to accept the money. Friday, February 13, 2026, breaking special report, Trump stops the stop, Trump kills Obama's engine shutdown rule, start-stop. Friday, February 13, 2026, bomb strike declaration, Secretary of War Pete Hegseth unleashes BOND, 250 elite business titans embedded into U.S. military command to fuel future fight. Friday, February 13, 2026, historic bond redemption, the forgotten wealth that will shake the financial system, the secrets buried in vaults. Medbeds Friday, February 13, 2026 classified document release document, DoD MedTech 2026 Alpha classification, previously top secret status, declassified under Executive Order No. 14892. Contents reveal the Department of Defense has been operating medbed prototypes since 2014. Over 12,000 military personnel have undergone treatment. Success rate, 99.4%. All records were sealed under national security protocols. Friday, February 13, 2026 The Gitmo List, where they go when they go all, JFK Jr. on Telegram. Friday, February 13, 2026 Operation Hellstorm, shocking claims emerge from the shadows of war. War reveals what peace hides, the MAGA King on Telegram. Explosive claims circulating online allege that during a classified military sweep behind active front lines, Russian special forces uncovered a vast underground complex unlike anything seen on a battlefield. What was expected to be abandoned terrain reportedly exposed a hidden world buried beneath scorched earth and collapsed infrastructure. According to these unverified reports, a routine combat operation escalated into a discovery of extensive tunnel systems concealed beneath structures labeled as humanitarian sites. Deep underground, forces allegedly encountered surveillance corridors, climate-controlled chambers, and secured medical rooms guarded more heavily than frontline command posts. These were not described as military tunnels. They were described as industrial facilities. Equipment allegedly indicated biological extraction activity, with forensic materials suggesting systematic abuse. Barcodes, tracking markers, sealed containers, and encrypted data logs are said to have been recovered. If accurate, this was not a prison. It was described as a factory. Digital trails and shadow networks. The same sources claim that seized hardware and encrypted files pointed to an international trafficking network operating across borders, protected by shell organizations, financial routing through global hubs, and diplomatic cover. The implication is not of a single country or faction, but of a compartmentalized global operation embedded inside conflict zones and shielded by chaos. Media silence fuels suspicion. Despite the gravity of the allegations, mainstream coverage has been absent. No sustained headlines. No investigations aired. Only fragments appearing on obscure intelligence forums, followed by rapid debunking attempts and content suppression. Supporters of the claims argue that the silence itself is evidence of a coordinated cover-up. Within days, the reports allege sudden resignations, emergency data wipes, heightened security at sensitive facilities, and quiet damage control behind closed doors. The deep war beneath the surface. Whether fully proven or not, these claims underscore a darker narrative many believe is unfolding beneath modern conflicts: wars used as smokescreens, humanitarian corridors exploited, and civilians reduced to assets in hidden economies of power. This story, as told by its proponents, is not about territory or weapons. It is about control, secrecy, and innocence lost. Conclusion: claims that demand scrutiny. If even a fraction of these allegations are true, the implications are enormous. They demand independent verification, transparent investigation, and international accountability. Burying stories does not erase them. Suppressing questions does not create peace. There will be no trust without truth. There will be no closure without exposure. This is the claim shaking the underground narrative of war. And it is not going away. Friday, February 13, 2025. The Rothschild family is one of the oldest, wealthiest, and most powerful families in the world. Their bloodline goes back and is known to rule for centuries. But who are the Rothschild? Edward Snowden on Telegram. Jacob Rothschild and open Satanist Marina Abramovic stand together in a famous picture in front of a famous painting from 1797 named, "Satan Summoning His Legions." When they show you who they are, believe them. They also are known to have parties and balls like in the movie Eyes Wide Shut, which was a peek into these elites' closed-door parties. Philippine Baroness de Rothschild always wears a horned goat or Baphomet, a satanic deity, around her neck, especially at world public events. When they show you who they are, believe them. Are you starting to notice a pattern yet? These families have deep satanic roots that go back centuries and constantly show you who they really are. Now, since the Epstein files, people are now finally starting to see that evil does sit at the highest levels of power and many rule over us. They just never thought it was true. We children of God literally have been fighting a battle between good and evil as the deep state Illuminati cabal was being taken down. Trump's global military alliance needed your help and support in doing it together, while accessing God's wisdom through prayer. WWG Wonga. As the popular Simpsons cartoon series predicted years ago, around Friday, February 13, 2026, a 72-hour blackout would begin worldwide. That meant a blackout of power, internet and communications. Yes, on Friday the long-awaited storm will arrive. Emergency broadcast system on Telegram. The privately owned by bankers Illuminati U.S. corporation would be officially dissolved during that blackout on Saturday, 14th of February, 2026, as their fiat dollar continued to collapse. This week the Democrats in Congress greatly helped that collapse along by refusing to pass a budget to finance the government. It was believed their motive was to prevent the deportation of illegal aliens and potential Democrat voters. What these Democrats, at least the 60 who were arrested this week by the FBI, didn't say, however, was that they wanted to prevent further investigation of their crimes against children revealed this week by release of the Epstein files. Despite all that, the reality was there was no more money in government coffers. U.S. Incorporated was broke, bankrupt, nada, no longer able to money launder U.S. taxpayer monies into politicians' pockets. Though, these Satan-worshipping members of the deep state cabal have not yet given up. In the near future expect scare events like nuclear false flags, cyber attacks, blackouts and other war games. Also expect activation of the Emergency Broadcast System, EBS, worldwide, and completion of the gold/asset-backed global currency reset of 209 nations, which takes away control of the global financial system from the cabal and gives freedom back to the people. There was no need for and has never been a need for the deep state cabal to own the world's financial system. Here in the U.S., this branch of the Illuminati demanded we pay them taxes through their privately owned Federal Reserve. Lloyd Brunson on the major shocking information that's going to be released on taxation. Note, good things are coming. Who has had control of U.S. taxpayer dollars since the beginning? Answer: the privately owned cabal banker IRS and Federal Reserve. Who controls the privately owned cabal banker IRS and Federal Reserve? Answer: the cabal's privately owned U.S. Incorporated, UK Crown and Vatican Jesuits. How do they do it? Answer: Through their privately owned central banks they use our taxpayer dollars for their own nefarious purposes, and then charge interest for us to use our own monies. That has in turn, resulted our currency not worth anything, a fiat US dollar. What movement was taking back US gold from the cabal so as to give the monies back to the people? Answer: the Q movement in cooperation with the BRICS Alliance Global Currency Reset. Who controls the Q movement? Answer: God. This week's completion of the Global Currency Reset 2. Gold/asset-backed currencies of 209 nations equals end of the Federal Reserve and IRS equals end of the national debt equals end of cabal control over the people equals national and individual freedoms restored. You see, God always wins. This week's fall of the cabal by 107. On Wednesday 11th of February, 2026 the deep state's money machine was demolished as President Trump signed Executive Order EO 14000, branding the Federal Reserve a direct national security threat. He nationalized it outright, seizing every vault, every ounce of hidden gold, every server, every ledger of their century-long Ponzi scheme against we the people. At 12:01 a.m. federal strike teams hit Fed headquarters in D.C., then rolled into New York, Chicago, and San Francisco branches. They locked down the buildings, confiscated hard drives and pulled files exposing how the Rothschild bloodline hijacked America's currency in 1913 through proxies like J.P. Morgan and the Rockefellers. Trump froze Rothschild family accounts, Jacobs Network, Evelyn's heirs, City of London tentacles, along with billions tied to Goldman Sachs, BlackRock, and J.P. Morgan Chase. Raids swept Manhattan offices, uncovering wire transfers to Soros NGOs, WEF slush funds and UN puppet accounts. This kills the fiat debts. Gas fell under $2 in Texas and Florida, actual relief slamming into patriot pockets while globalist talking heads scream. The cabal is in meltdown. Schwab raged from Davos about global chaos. Soros-linked funds iced overnight. Trillions clawed back fund real infrastructure in Rust Belt states, tax cuts for families under $100,000, veteran bonuses and farmer bailouts crushed by Gates' CSG Ponzi, built on Fed-printed climate hoax money, collapsed. Larry Fink's empire is vaporizing as the money printer dies. Audit steer open Fed books since 2008, revealing payoffs to Pelosi, Schumer, Fauci, and 2020 election riggers. Over $10 trillion in fake Biden debt-fueled green energy grifts that killed coal towns and jacked inflation to 20%. Now 9,000-plus corrupt bankers stare at military tribunals. NESARA/JASARA is activating debt forgiveness, tax refunds, gold-backed payouts rolling out. Trump 250th anniversary golden badges verify priority claims in Texas, Florida, Oklahoma. Grab yours before July 4, 2026, or miss the first tsunami of seized elite wealth. Rothschild empire is crumbling. IMF, World Bank, ECB puppets howl, but Trump holds the gold, the military, the evidence, and our mandate. No more printing wars. Factories roar back to Ohio. Teachers get raises. Real money for real patriots is alive. This is the drain the swamp nuke we prayed for. The Luciferian financial cabal is finished. Justice roars, the Great Awakening explodes, and the Golden Age dawns. Stay locked and loaded. WWG1. Thursday, February 12, 2026. Boom. 1913 exposed. Trump strikes final blow to the IRS. Tariffs in, income tax out. President Trump announces plan to erase federal income tax and restore pre-1913 American prosperity through tariffs. A real news that never made the fake news. The CIA plays a pivotal role in funding through their unlimited black budget, the deep state cabal and their nefarious activities that honor Satan, thus providing the means to blackmail members of Congress and control the American people. 3 years ago I wrote an article about the CIA's most horrendous activity by far, the tortuous mind control of children used to blackmail Congress. Wednesday, 15th of November, 2023, used to blackmail Congress. Congressional hearing on human radiation experiments to testify about tortuous CIA mind control they were subjected to throughout their childhoods, which in recordings of their abuse were used to blackmail Congresspeople. All were now deceased, having died of mysterious causes. Congress has never acted on these heinous crimes of the CIA that were believed still going on today, or have legislators done anything on intel given in 2 formal congressional hearings on the subject of CIA mind Controlled torture of children used to blackmail legislators. No further investigation was ever started, let alone completed, after the 1970s and 1995's congressional hearings. All three witnesses later died of mysterious causes, their dramatic information about bribery of Congresspeople having been covered up. Their testimonies were once available to view on the internet, but since have been taken down, see links at bottom of article. March 15, 1995, U.S. Congressional Hearing President's Advisory Committee on Human Radiation Experiments. MKUltra victim testimony. Therapist and survivor Valerie Wolf. Therapist Valerie Wolf and an unnamed MKUltra victim C testified that they were used in government radiation. In the 2 weeks Wolf had to prepare for the hearing, she had over 40 therapists of mind control victims contact her to verify her testimony. Leading up the steps of Congress. According to TV Guide, this story behind the Franklin Credit Union scandal was scheduled to air on the Discovery Channel May 3, 1994. John DeCamp stated the film was cancelled due to pressure by influential members of Congress. 2001 A Nation Betrayed, a book by MKUltra mind control victim Carol Rutz, Fidelity Publishing, Michigan, 2001. Contains 104 pages of transcribed MKUltra and related documents and 22 pages 299 referenced footnotes. B. Possible timing on Sunday 1st of February. 2026. The new gold/asset backed quantum financial system went 100% live across the globe. On Friday, February 6, 2026, the emergency broadcast system activated in 100 U.S. cities, with a global rollout of the EBS expected soon, along with power fluctuations, internet blackouts in select zones and cell service interruptions, all part of the controlled takedown to protect civilians during Trump's global military alliance mass arrests. Midnight Saturday 7th of February. 2026, the cabal-owned U.S. Incorporated shut down, thereby ending their debt-based control. Sunday 8th of February. 2026 CBS blackout launched in select areas. Underground DC, London, Berlin facilities overtaken, servers seized, propaganda under military control, CEOs vanishing. Controlled outages strategic to block sabotage. EBS drops 50-plus terabytes of information on WEF schemes, underground tunnels, Ukraine. Monday, February 9, 2026, gold/asset-backed global currency reset implemented. No more fiat currency manipulation. February 10, 2026, at 7:07 a.m. EST, military commands in 27 countries received their last confirmation messages. Trump approved the Global Restoration Accord. Sovereign councils were being set up in every territory. They were backed by gold, enforced by truth and guided by consciousness. Wednesday 11th of February 11th 2026 President Trump signed an executive order that nationalized the Federal Reserve, seized all its assets, ended central bank control overnight, froze the accounts of Rothschild-linked bankers, and launched a gold-backed currency to crush the inflation from Joe Biden's fake economy. On Thursday, February 12, 2026, as the Democrats voted to shut down the government, World War III began with an EBS alert countdown to martial law. EBS test signals confirmed in multiple regions, stay vigilant for activation. No exact timeline was public, but secure briefings indicate readiness. Prepare for a 48-hour communication blackout, along with lockdown. No more deep state censorship, no more fake news feeds, only documentaries expounding truth across every TV, radio and internet broadcast worldwide. Expect 10 days of media silence as the military now controlled communications, while spitting out emergency broadcasts revealing everything. This was a time of communications reset, with cell towers neutralized as weapons, banking system froze and ATMs, credit and debit cards would not be working. Friday 13th of February to Monday February 16, 2026 Global financial crash. Saturday 14th of February. Iraq set to make the new dinar rate public as ordered by Trump and according to a high-up source. Sunday 15th of February. QFS set to become fully operational with intense military operations against Satan-worshipping elites. Monday 16th of February should be a go for Tier 4B, US, the Internet Group, to set redemption/exchange appointments according to a high-up source. By twos. February 17, 2026 MedBeds go fully operational worldwide in 205 nations. On Sunday, March 1, 2026 the Deep State Cabal's Federal Reserve. Trump to make a formal announcement of the constitutional republic restoration, that common law has been returned to the people and personal and national sovereignty was installed. Global currency reset. See Thursday, February 12, 2026 confirmations just in, final triggers. Activated. High-level banking insiders report that, Tier 4B, notifications are already being prepared for release within hours. Tier 4B ISO 20022 on Telegram. The system is moving at an unprecedented speed, with historic transactions now confirmed in Hong Kong, London, and Dubai. This is the moment we've all been waiting for. The full-scale transition to the gold-backed financial system is now irreversible. Global markets in panic mode. The old fiat system is collapsing in real time. Multiple major banks are seeing liquidity shortages as large transfers are being redirected into the new system. Sources from inside the IMF confirm urgent, behind closed doors meetings. They know their control is slipping. The end of the central banking cabal is unfolding before our eyes. Bank screens light up with final rates. IQD, $8.73. Confirmed live on European trading platforms. VND, $5.12, holding but expected to surge post-announcement. Zim and other currencies, final adjustments in process. D. Today on Thursday, February 12, 2026 the Tier 4B Internet Group is officially active. This is the beginning of a new era. The revolutionary ideas and the concept of NESARA are taking the final form of execution and implementation. It is our great honor to announce the launch of the Tier 4B Internet Group. With the activation of the Quantum Financial System QFS, the need of the specialized platform administration and services were much needed. The utilization and the unification under the Tier 4B is making all of the systems flawless. Saturday, 14th of February. Iraq will make the new dinar rate public as ordered by Trump and according to a high-up source. Sunday, 15th of February. QFS set to become fully operational with intense military operations against Satan-worshipping elites. Monday, 16th of February should be a go for Tier 4B, US, the Internet Group, according to a high-up source. Thursday, February 12, 2026 Attention, Paymasters report full releases, Tier 4B ISO 20022 on Telegram. Private transaction platforms in Reno and Zurich have received direct confirmations that Tier 1 and Tier 2 payouts are finalized. Tier 3 and Tier 4B are next. If you're part of the private groups, get ready now. Military movements confirmed, securing the transition. Intel sources confirm heightened security around key financial hubs. Private security details have been activated in Reno, Zurich, and Dubai. Special ops teams are ensuring that no foreign interference disrupts this monumental shift in global power. Thursday, February 12, 2026. Reports from Reno suggest that the first batches of ZIM holders have been escorted under military guard to classified exchange points. This isn't theory. This is protocol. QFS mirrors activated. All ZIM redemption classified as special sovereign handling. Each individual is being treated as a transitional asset holder, part of the bridge into the new Earth economy. We are not exchanging currency. We're transferring power. Tier 4B ISO 20022 on Telegram. Thursday, February 12, 2026 System override, structural phase. Not a drill. Not a headline event. A back-end transition, EBS, emergency broadcast capability, designed to unify communication after system shifts. Odin, secure routing architecture, ensuring continuity and integrity. ISO 20022, the global financial messaging standard enabling transparency, interoperability, and real-time settlement. When alignment occurs, it won't arrive as chaos, it will arrive as synchronization. Tier 4B isn't waiting for noise. It's positioned for recognition. Tier 4B ISO 20022 on Telegram. Thursday, February 12, 2026 Attention, it's happening faster than expected. 24 to 48 hours. Remain, stay alert, stay ready. Tier 4B ISO 20022 on Telegram. Private channels are already reporting confirmations from multiple Tier 4B exchanges. Military logistics teams are in full deployment mode. Movement across Reno, Zurich, and key sovereign hubs has intensified since 0300 Zulu. USN is quietly live. Not on public display, but mirrored in cross-border platforms used by institutional traders. This isn't speculation, it's alignment. RippleNet, Stellar Rails, and the quantum ledger interface are syncing in real-time. QFS ping rate, stable at 0.00004. That's confirmation of system-wide balance. Nothing is fluctuating anymore. No delays. No reversals. We're past testing. This is it. Redemption centers are in silent mode, but active. Codes have been seeded. Those who've been prepared will know what to do. Rates are locked. Liquidity is positioned. Military protection remains in place across all nodes. Your final instructions will be sent shortly. The financial reset is now unstoppable. Watch your inbox, this is it. Thursday, February 12, 2026. Secure floor confirmation, Global ISO 20022 Rainbow currency rollout now at 94% completion. Major central banks locked in final sync, quantum nodes pulsing live across continents, fiat remnants isolated and collapsing under asset-backed pressure. NESARA updates on Telegram. The GCR/RV shotgun start became mathematically irreversible on January 28, 2026 at 3:47 Zulu, precise quantum ledger alignment timestamp locked forever in the unbreakable chain. No reversals possible. Trajectory locked. Momentum terminal. Fresh Tier 4B milestones. Last 12 to 24 hours, cross-reference Judy Byington Intel. Redemption center handshakes surged overnight in priority zones after Doge audit exposure shredded another layer of cabal medical fraud networks. $38 trillion debt clock alarm triggered accelerated wealth transfer protocols. Mr. Pool drops synced with EBS test pulses. Secure signals confirmed military overwatch on high-value ZIM/foreign currency batches. Tier 4B redeemers now reporting encrypted appointment pangs via humanitarian channels. QFS mirrors fully mirrored in key alliance strongholds. Gold/asset-backed ISO streams overriding Swift ghosts. Tier 4B first wave notifications prep for imminent rollout as deep state holdouts face final global military handoffs. Confirmed intel. Constitutional Republic restoration milestones hit critical mass. Trump/Musk Doge. Findings feeding direct into QFS adjudication engines, purging remaining fiat parasites in real-time. All systems green. Quantum encryption holding at maximum integrity. No delays. No negotiations. The secure quantum grid is sovereign, every transaction audited, every zero-point energy account shielded. The fiat matrix is offline. The golden sovereign era is executing at full throttle. Abundance is not coming, it is here. Execution live. H2s. February 2026. Bruce, the big call today. 4 different sources indicated that after President's Day on 17th of February it appeared that Tier 4B would be notified to set redemption/exchange appointments, with exchanges starting Wednesday or Thursday. 19th of February. One source said that depending on how it went over this next 3-day weekend, would determine whether Tier 4B started Tuesday or Wednesday 18th of February. By the end of the month we should have the tariff dividends, $2,000 up to $5,000 per month, for 12 or 13 months. Lump sum Doge payments to U.S. citizens, age 18 on up, from the waste, fraud and abuse of U.S. taxpayer dollars, should be paying out by the end of this month. Social Security payments should increase as of this month. Redemption center rates were still flashing on the screens. Updated new rates would appear this next Sunday or Monday. Judy note, it is advised to exchange/redeem your foreign currency at an official redemption center rather than a bank. You can only redeem ZIM at RC, the dinar contract rate can only be given at RC and banks will offer you lower exchange rates than what you can obtain at RC. Redemption centers were set to be open worldwide by Restored Republic I. Thursday, February 12, 2026. The grid locked into unity frequency. All systems went green. Project Odin martial law on Telegram. QFS mainframe confirmed global balance stability. The world is now operating on truth code. No corruption can enter. No compromise will be tolerated. High-risk accounts were flagged and frozen. Names known only to military intel are now public in sealed drop files. Gitmo is full. New locations activated off coast for tribunal overflow. Justice is no longer a future promise. It's happening right now. Meanwhile, new school programs rolling out under consciousness directives. No more indoctrination. No more lies. Children will be taught WHO. They truly are, not who they were told to be. Prepare for the next phase. When the power resets and comes back on, nothing will be the same. New screens, new maps, new mission. You are part of the greatest transfer of power in human history. Act accordingly. Stand tall. The world is watching. Guru Information and Intel K. 2s. February 10, 2026. Benjamin Fulford Weekly Update. Insider High Alert. Patriots, the end game is accelerating, the Satanist Federal Reserve cartel is collapsing, and white hats are striking hard. That private debt slave engine, falsely labeled federal, was schemed in 1910 on Jekyll Island, elite bankers in secret, fake names, locked doors, crafting a system to print money from nothing, charge interest, engineer crashes, and loot the world. It's never been government, it's pure control imported from Europe's socialist playbook. White hats have fought this mind control monetary empire for 20+ years, allying with Russia, China, BRICS to forge a debt-free future. Core plan, full jubilee, cancel all debt, public and private. Every family owns their home outright, existing owners compensated. No more elite creating cash from thin air and extracting global resources. Support grows massively, though the Khazarian mafia claws back desperately. Trump's Venezuela oil move exposes their weakness, $500 million from a U.S.-facilitated sale locked in Qatar under government shield, protected from creditors by executive order. This halts century-old globalist asset grabs, nations indebted, then stripped of oil, land, heritage. Trump severed narco money flows too. Sovereign control returns, bypassing blackmailed pedophile networks. The fake Trump they're propping. Pushing Bilderberg Kevin Warsh to Fed chair for more debt slavery. Patriots see it clearly. This liberates all, including genuine Jews trapped by ancient satanic cults posing as their guardians. Imposters have harmed their own in burnt offerings. True Jews honor the golden rule. The cult dissolves, justice prevails, no blanket punishment. Deep state panic, Iran baiting, carriers now sitting ducks to hypersonics. Cuba regime change threats via blockade, Beijing exposes the aggression. Near overthrow of China crushed by purges. Five Eyes cracking. Alberta rises against blocked Asia oil exports, Rockefeller/KM choking Western boom for dominance. 85% of the planet freed. U.S. Corp falls next, replaced by True Republic, of, by, for the people. Not Satanists. Q&A Q. When do prices fall? Unaffordable now. A. KM inflates to survive. Bankruptcy plus Jubilee plus proper management equals doubled living standards in a year. We'll outpace China fairly. Q. Carney references troubling. A. Reporting facts, blackmailed elite, refused my contact. Bilderberg favors him over fake Trump, Anglo split. We reject all pedo blackmailed scum. Outsiders lead. Q. Asian summits. A. Asians offer $100+ trillion gift, no strings, to purge KM and rebuild West. Multipolar equality ahead. Q. Myanmar. A. Split, Karen-free, white hats/Russians versus rogue Chinese. Russia blocks invasions. Forces fair paradigm. Q. Musk AI takeover. A. Fronting rogue AI enslavement. Billions into digital tyranny, fails. AI artificial, we control power. Silicon cult stop. Key meeting soon, possible shutdown. Republic rises. Trust the plan. WWG Wonga. N. What we think we know as of Friday, February 13, 2026 Thursday, February 12, 2026 Senate Democrats voted to shut down the government with a 45-55 vote. Everyone needs to realize what's happening here. Democrats are willing to let every family in the country on food stamps go hungry to stop ICE from deporting their illegal voters. February 12, 2026 Emergency. Massive cyber attack on Gitmo. Global elites tried to free traffickers, pedophiles, and deep state traitors. Trump responds with full military force. Thursday, February 12, 2026 CIA and FBI agents dropped a nuke on Obama by confirming that Barack Obama and a former CIA director fabricated the Russia hoax, which was locked away in a CIA vault for nearly a decade, to discredit President Trump's election by manipulating intelligence. Thursday, February 12, 2026 Just days before Democrat Representative Ayanna Pressley was sworn into Congress, her husband quit a $92,000 a year job to start a consulting firm. Net worth with assets skyrocketed to $8 million. Every time you see a politician with a consulting firm, it's taxpayer Money laundering, white hats on Telegram Thurs. February 12, 2026 Senator John Kennedy, President Trump just signed my bill. It's expected to save billions of taxpayer dollars. Thank you, at POTUS. You don't have to be Einstein's cousin. You don't have to be a senior at Caltech to know that illegal immigration is illegal. Duh. And if we really believe that no one is above the law, then people in this country illegally are not above the law either. Our immigration statutes are not second-tier laws. They matter just as much as every other law passed by Congress. And just like every other law, they have consequences when you violate them. Thursday, February 12, 2026 Elite U.S. security personnel allegedly disrupted a serious security threat targeting Donald J. Trump during his visit to the World Economic Forum in Davos earlier this year. According to accounts, several individuals allegedly linked to radical networks managed to travel to Switzerland and obtain information about the president's movements. The purported plan involved an attack during a brief transfer outside the most tightly secured zones associated with the forum. The planned attack was neutralized before anything happened. Thursday, February 12, 2026 Shocking revelation, Tulsi Gabbard drops a nuclear truth bomb. Joe Biden was not calling the shots. And neither was Kamala Harris in charge, Hillary Clinton, Barack Obama, Antony Blinken, Jake Sullivan, and the deep state using the open to run the Joe Biden presidency. John F. Kennedy Jr. on Telegram Thurs. February 12, 2026 Fox News Shocking claims Rock America, Director of National Intelligence Tulsi Gabbard has just released hundreds of bombshell Russiagate documents proving that Barack Obama personally ordered CIA agents to manufacture false intelligence on President Trump and was actively working with the enemy to undermine and erode Americans' confidence in our democracy and President Trump's landslide 2016 victory. This was a coup attempt by Barack Hussein Obama and his cronies. As Jesse Waters said, whatever happens to these guys is not revenge. It's accountability. And it's time for people to pay the price. Arrest Obama now. Basis for thought-based DNA warfare, white hats on Telegram Thurs. February 12, 2026 Breaking special report, Governor Ron DeSantis launches ballot initiative to abolish property tax in Florida. You shouldn't be paying rent to the government. Bring IT to all 50 states. Thursday, February 12, 2026 $2 billion bomb, Treasury's quiet buyback raises big questions. Who really profits? Treasury detonates $2 billion debt buyback. Thursday, February 12, 2026 Boom. Exposing the lie, they owe you $495,000, the U.S. debt clock, hidden wealth, and the silent financial coup. Damn Ilhan Omar, immigration fraud, marriage fraud, tax fraud, loan fraud, bribery, forgery, perjury, bigamy, and incest. During a recent sweep by the Department of Homeland Security, Steve Bannon on Telegram U.S. Citizenship and Immigration Services, USCIS, Director Joseph B. Edlow, since September 19, officers from our Fraud Detection and National Security Directorate, working in teams, have conducted over 1,000 site visits across the Minneapolis-St. Paul area as part of this operation. What they found should shock all of America. In one case, officers identified an alien who was the son of a known or suspected terrorist on the no-fly list. He had previously been found to have engaged in marriage fraud, which resulted in the denial of several immigration benefit requests. He was arrested and is now being returned to his country of origin. With help from ICE and the FBI, USCIS Operation Twin Shield was a tremendous success. Hundreds of bad actors will be held accountable. I want the American people to know that we are declaring war on Ilhan Omar. We will continue to pursue those who seek to abuse our immigration system using every tool at our disposal. This Operation Windshield is just the first phase of what we're looking at. The critical information, gather the fraud patterns uncovered will help us to combat fraud at the next level. Q. Thursday, February 12, 2026 Audit bombshell. State-sponsored fraud. Tim Walz's Department of Human Services caught fabricating documents to cover up $672,000 in phantom grants, backdated lies, systemic cover-up, 0 arrests. The MAGA King on Telegram. Patriots, the deep state swamp in Minnesota is exploding in 2026. Nonpartisan auditors just dropped a nuke on Tim Walz's corrupt empire. The Office of the Legislative Auditor exposed the Behavioral Health Administration inside Walz's Department of Human Services, DHS, for massive, Deliberate fraud on taxpayer dollars. We're talking hundreds of millions handed out with zero oversight, no bidding, no justification, pure criminal slush fund ops for the elite's cronies. The smoking gun. $672,000 funneled to one grantee for a single month's work with zero evidence of services provided, phantom payments straight to connected insiders. The grant manager who rubber-stamped this payoff resigned days later and magically became a paid consultant for the same company. Classic. Revolving door corruption. Approve the cash grab, then cash in personally. This isn't mismanagement, it's a payoff scheme run under Waltz's nose. But the real gut punch, during the audit itself, DHS bureaucrats launched a systemic effort to fabricate and backdate documents, creating fake records, altering paperwork, forging compliance after auditors demanded proof. Legislative Auditor Judy Randall, with 27+ years on the job, called it unprecedented, in over 27 years. I've never seen anything like this. We've suspected fabrication before, but this is the first time we proved it. It's very troubling. They thought they were untouchable, until the White Hats proved they were lying to cover their tracks. This ties into the bigger Minnesota fraud nightmare, billions potentially stolen from welfare. Shireen Gandhi called it unacceptable but did zilch. Waltz himself, silent as the grave, watching his empire crumble as federal probes widen. This is state-sponsored theft against American families, money for addicts and the vulnerable siphoned to cronies while real people suffer. The deep state protects its own, no arrests, no perp walks, no accountability under Waltz's watch. But Trump is back, the storm is raging, and federal investigators are closing in, House oversight, Senate probes, DOJ heat. Waltz's fraud machine is exposed, and the tribunals are loading up. Why no indictments yet? Who got the kickbacks? How much more is hidden in Waltz's swamp? Patriots, this is the Great Awakening in action. Waltz and his cronies thought they could steal forever. No more. Spread this truth bomb far and wide. The liars, they're all coming down. NCSIC. Nothing can stop what is coming. God wins. Our voter fraud. Thursday, February 12, 2026, trucks of ballots arrived from Runbeck for over a week after Arizona's 2020 election. A worker testified ballots kept coming after November 10 via front and back doors, with unknown quantities or origins, despite access to voter books. Runbeck prints, mails, fills, and counts ballots off-site without oversight, partnering with Dominion and S&S, for machine compatibility. Arizona needed an extra 2.5 weeks after the election to count all the ballots. Because that's how long it took to produce enough ballots to overturn Trump's massive landslide in the 2020 election. USA Awakening on Telegrams. Thursday, February 12, 2026, Elon is right. Banning mail-in voting is critical to avoiding fraud in our elections. White Hats on Telegram. During the 2020 election, Pennsylvania sent out 1,823,148 mail-in ballots but received back around 2.5 million mail-in ballots. This accounts for Biden's fraudulent and impossible 682,000-plus vote spike, which were counted with no observers and were all for Biden, which magically just happened to be enough to steal Trump's almost 700,000 vote lead in PA before swing states shut down counting locations at the same time, to steal the 2020 election. PA's own Secretary of State website then wiped the 2.5 million mail-in ballot number after the total number was questioned. Trump won the 2020 election in a landslide. Epstein files revelations. Thursday, February 12, 2026. Bondi didn't just release the Epstein files. She released them on monitored computers. Mr. Poole, final chapter on Telegram. Every Congress member who rushed to search the files just told the DOJ exactly. WHO they're trying to protect what names they're worried about. Which connections they're trying to verify. The one searching for flights to the island equals investigators. The one searching for specific names equals protectors. Bondi now knows who's investigating and who's covering up. And she showed them she knows. In front of cameras. With a smile. The DHS shutdown, perfect timing while Congress panics about their search history. DHS is shutting down Saturday. Democrats blocked the funding bill. House members already left Washington. The same week Congress gets caught searching Epstein files, they refuse to fund the department that investigates trafficking. They're not defunding DHS to save money. They're defunding it to stop investigations. Connect the dots. Monday, Congress gets Epstein file access. Tuesday, members frantically search for names. Wednesday, Bondi reveals she tracked everything. Thursday, Democrats block DHS funding. Friday, government shutdown begins. 5 days. One pattern. Panic. They walked into the hearing thinking they were in control. They walked out knowing Bondi has everything. Every search. Every name. Every cover-up attempt. Logged. Documented. Weaponized. As Keir Starmer struggles to defend the appointment of Lord Peter Mandelson as ambassador to the United States, Mandelson's documented ties to Jeffrey Epstein have triggered political shockwaves no amount of spin can contain. Inside the City of London, the fear is unmistakable. This is not a local issue. It is a direct threat to the World Economic Forum, the transatlantic banking cartel, and the so-called rules-based order. The rats are running. The trap is closing. Mandelson, Epstein, and the system of control. Lord Peter Mandelson, long known as the Prince of Darkness, is not a leftover of old politics. He is a key architect of the modern globalist system. He reshaped UK Labour to serve financial elites, mirroring the corporate Democrat takeover in the United States. Epstein files now confirm Mandelson leaked inside financial intelligence during the 2008 crash, not to protect citizens, but to shield criminal banking bonuses. JP Morgan was protected. Public outrage was neutralized. This was global insider dealing, with Epstein as the broker. Elite protection exposed. The Epstein network runs deep into European finance. Ariane de Rothschild and the Edmond de Rothschild banking empire are entangled in the same web. Investigations into money laundering were quietly shut down through elite legal channels connected to top political power. Epstein was not just a criminal. He was a financial operator, laundering billions and cutting deals for the ruling class. WEF collapse. The Great Reset fails. The World Economic Forum is imploding. CEO Birger Brande faces internal investigation over Epstein ties. Klaus Schwab was forced out amid it prioritizes real production over financial extraction. Infrastructure over speculation. National banking over cartel rule. Manufacturing over Wall Street games. Main Street over trading floors. This is the real threat. Trump's economic doctrine challenges decades of engineered dependency. The system is bankrupt. Everything became an asset to exploit. Towns. Healthcare. Education. The system is bankrupt morally, fiscally, and structurally. Only a sovereign economic reset can revive it. The steel distraction desperation exposed as exposure accelerates, distraction follows. The same MI6 operative behind the fake Russia dossier now claims Epstein was a Kremlin asset. Transparent. Desperate. The real threat to the West is not Russia. It is the City of London and its laundering networks. A moment of decision. This is no longer scandal. It is collapse. The banks, media, and political puppets are being dragged into the light. The choice is clear. Globalist servitude, or national economic rebirth.
As now, by now a critical mass of humanity is aware, Western civilization got hijacked by a satanic cult. And this goes back thousands of years, and this cult is in the process of being overthrown. Take a look at this event in Iran where they're burning an effigy of Baal to see what I'm talking about. Now, it's not just Iran. I mean, the whole world at this point is aware of this, the nature of this cult. And there is an international movement. I mean, the Chinese are fully aware of what they're dealing with now. So are the Russians, the Russian Orthodox Church, and a critical mass within the Western military-industrial complex, the intelligence agencies, understands that their top ranks have been compromised by this cult. Now, as the next step, let's see what Alexander Dugin, speaking for Russia, has to say about the situation.
Because of the Epstein lists, the West is collapsing right before our eyes. All the conspiracy theories have not merely been confirmed, they have far surpassed every previous version imaginable. The West has revealed itself as a demonic system of civilization, at the very center of which stands satanic, traffic women, orchestrate provocations around the world, manipulate financial markets and political processes, and perform black masses. In other words, only a tiny handful of Western politicians remain untouched by the Epstein network. So what are ordinary people in the West supposed to do now? Previously, if they didn't like the Democrats, they'd vote for the Republicans. If the Republicans disappointed them, they'd switch to the Democrats. But now, who are they even supposed to vote for? And what are we to do now when humanity has adopted so many Western practices in education, when we've come to believe in their culture, when we remake their films, when we still rely on their financial instruments? The situation for the world, for history, for humanity itself is truly extraordinary. We are essentially living in a global state of emergency, an Ernstfall. No one any longer has guaranteed sovereignty. Law, rights, agreements, everything has been voided. And with elites tied to Epstein's island, that should come as no surprise. For them, there are no red lines at all. Satanic elite can simply decide that Putin is evil, or that the Iranians are evil, or that Xi Jinping is evil, and then launch a nuclear war that destroys humanity. By the way, Epstein himself funded the construction of bunkers for that very elite. If tensions continue to rise and the collapse truly accelerates, if social processes start slipping out of these elites' control, because people are now waking up to the fact that they are governed by pedophiles and Satanists in every party and every regime, with only rare exceptions. Russia and China have long spoken of the need for a multipolar world. We were ostracized and condemned for it, but now it is clear we were right. The West is the toxic core from which the rest of the world must escape, and a new, non-Western order must be built. In this historic moment, Russia and China have a unique opportunity to become the true beneficiaries of the total collapse of the entire Western system.
There can be no doubt that the current paradigm is collapsing, but the question is, what do we do about it? And the answer is not going to be easy. Last week, I was offered a huge amount of money by the Chinese to help rebuild the Western system, but I did not accept it because, first of all, who am I? Why should I be me? So instead, what we're going to have to do, and this is what has been negotiated behind the scenes, and we're hoping to make it happen, is we'll replace the black-metaled pedophile Keir Starmer as the Chancellor of the Prime Minister of the UK, and replace him with Nigel Farage, who's a genuine, talented individual. And at that point, we will call for a new Bretton Woods agreement. So, in full public scrutiny, under full public scrutiny, we will work on replacing the current system. It's not going to be another secret thing where a document is passed and no, it's got to be done in public, and this is going to be a big process. But what I think the conclusion is, and I remember when I first appeared to talk about this stuff on Jeff Rentz about 20 years ago, I said that if Jesus Christ was alive today, the first thing he would do would be to unplug the mainframes at the Federal Reserve Board, and I still think that is the truth. We don't want a system based on numbers put into computers that then control us through mathematical formulas. That's not how we want to manage our civilization. But that's what's happening. And I'll show you let's take a look now at the Pam Bondi hearings to show you what I mean. First, listen to California Representative Ted Lieu confront Bondi.
I love this.
I want to discuss another man, Donald Trump, who is all over the Epstein files.
This is so ridiculous, and that they are trying to deflect from all the great things Donald Trump has done. There is no evidence that Donald Trump has committed a crime. Everyone knows that. This has been the most transparent presidency. He's the one that asked that those files
I'm reclaiming my time.
be
I got your answer. You said there's no evidence.
Trump asked
Mr. Chairman, please stop the clock.
Stop the clock. The legislation. This is ridiculous.
Time belongs to the gentleman from California.
Okay. I'm going to put up another document from a witness who called the FBI's National Threat Operations Center, because I believe you just lied under oath. There is ample evidence in the Epstein file.
Don't you ever accuse me of a crime.
I believe you just lied under oath, and this is all on videotape. You said there's no evidence of a crime. I'm showing you, here is a witness statement who called into the FBI's Threat Operations Center. He drove Donald Trump around in a limo. He overheard what Donald Trump said to Jeffrey on his cell phone. He was so angry, he was going to stop a limo and hurt Donald Trump. And he met a girl who said she was raped by Donald Trump and Jeffrey Epstein. She later had her head blown off, and officers at the scene said that could not have been suicide. No one at the Department of Justice interviewed this witness. You need to interview this witness immediately. Epstein should rot in hell, so should the men who patronized his operation. And you have not held a single man accountable. Shame on you. If you had any decency, you would resign right after this hearing concludes.
The gentleman has expired.
So that, again, is the fake Trump, because there is a real Trump who's a very different individual who worked with the White Hats and who's not with, you have to understand that. It's like you have two different studios, each with their own Batman. We have two different studios, each with their own Trump. If you can't wrap your head around this, you're not going to figure out what's going on. Okay, in any case, the Epstein hearings in the U.S. government was mostly kabuki, in the sense that because they're trying to limit it, and they're most of them are involved on both sides. So that's why they're pulling their punches. Nonetheless, I think Representative Massey is not one of these individuals. Take a look at what he has to say.
Chairman, behind me I have 3 documents from the DOJ production that are emblematic of the massive failure of the DOJ to comply with the Epstein Files Transparency Act. To my right is an email that was sent by the victim's lawyers to the DOJ. It was a list of names not to redact. A list of names not to release. What did the DOJ do with this email? They released this email in the document production. Literally the worst thing you could do to the survivors, you did. And they're getting phone calls. A lot of these people didn't want to be known. And we know you touched the document because you redacted one name and you redacted the lawyer's name, but you left the survivor's name there. The next document I want to show you, that was in the title, the victims' survivors' names, all right? And then finally, what we have here is the third exhibit that I have is emblematic of the FD 302 release. These are the documents that we need that you're holding on to and over-redacting because they have the names of the men who are implicated. How do we know? Because the survivors gave testimony to the FBI, and it's in there. And what happens when you go to the portal at the DOJ to look at what's behind this redaction? Another redaction. So we can't even see them. And then there's some of these files you've pulled down from the website that we will never see because we can't search the redactions. So
there you have the Department of Justice deliberately releasing the list of people who risk their lives to testify against these criminals while hiding the names of these criminals. And this shows you that they're all in cahoots. But more important is listen to Bondi's answer. She basically says, well, the Dow Jones is at $50,000. So, they're saying, hey, look, okay, we've got this magic money machine and we're going to, pump up your 401ks with all this magic money. So why do you have to worry about The thing is, though, their money machine is no longer affecting the real economy. They publish nothing but lies. For example, they recently published a jobs report that was supposed to be better than expected, 130,000 new jobs added, when in fact, if you take away the mathematical seasonal adjustment magic, you find that 2.65 million people became newly unemployed. So it's all falling apart, and their lies about the system are not going to work. And the other thing is that in order to guard their magic monetary system, they have been systematically murdering talented people. I was just reading about how they now show that Kurt Cobain of the band Nirvana was murdered. Well, he's just one of many. Bob Marley was murdered because he was a non-Khazarian, non-European leader. The same with Bruce Lee. He was murdered because he was not part of their cult, and they don't like talented people who are not part of their cult. The same with President John F. Kennedy. He was a Catholic. He wasn't part of their group. They've been doing this systematically to try to stay in power, and that's why they really do need to face justice. And again, the alternative to this system is one that has been worked out through trial and error over hundreds of years. It started with Nazi Germany. Okay, never mind the Holocaust, which is a burnt offering to Satan of assimilated Jews by other, satanic Jews. Let's leave that part aside. Everyone got a Volkswagen. They built the Autobahn highway system. They had television, phones, all sorts of stuff brought to you without debt or taxes by having the government issue money. And they radically raised the standards of living, of the German people. Now, the same thing happened in Japan after World War II. They set up a system of future planning. They had an economic planning agency, and they had decades of double-digit growth. And until the system started being taken apart by the Khazarian mafia, after murdering countless prime ministers and bureaucrats and stuff. But by 1985, they had the highest standard of living on Earth and the least gap between the rich and the poor in any of the OECD countries, the developed countries. And that system was taken apart. However, in the 1980s, or was it the 70s, I think, Deng Xiaoping, the leader of China, went to Japan. He visited the founder of Panasonic, Matsushita Konosuke, and learned the system that had led to Japanese success. And that's what the Chinese have done. That's why, for example, in 2024, a single Chinese company produced more ships than the entire United States did in the 80 years after World War II. So what we're talking about is implementing an improved version of this system for economic management of the West, and then switching the Western civilization's long-term goal from creating a world capital in Jerusalem to one of helping increase the amount and variety of life, including human life. That would be our long-term goal, but we would once again be the good guys. That's what we're fighting for, and that's why it has to be done in public with an international conference like Bretton Woods, so everybody's on board, or at least as many people as possible, so that we can accomplish the greatest good for the greatest number. That's what we're fighting for, but until the Chinese New Year's ends in March, we're going to watch this system continue to fall apart. And if I'm reading I read the comments in different sites, and basically, we're very close to all these people being dragged out of their houses and hung from the nearest lamppost. That's where it's getting to, so we better act quick. Okay, well, that's what I have to say for myself today. Now I'd like to answer questions from readers and viewers. There was one last thing I forgot to mention. We saw Elon Musk hallucinating about building giant AI factories on the moon. This is an example of how they've been taking their magic money and pumping it through people like him, but it's not really, producing the results. And he's freaking out because he's about to lose this magic money machine that makes him the so-called richest man on Earth, when in fact, in normal business practice, he would have gone bankrupt a long time ago. And never mentioned being arrested for fraud, which is true of a lot of these people. Okay, now I'd like to answer questions from readers and viewers. Next question.
Hi Ben, could you elaborate on how you think we can pay off these massive debts without giving more money to the criminals who indebted us in the first place?
Yeah, we have to have a jubilee. That means we have to completely reboot the entire financial system, and then we start by inventorying the real stuff, land and buildings and factories and gold and stuff like that, to come up with a new system that's actually controlled by the people and is used for the people. So it's not a question of borrowing from these people again. No, we don't want debt slavery anymore. The whole thing will have to be rebooted, and that's why we need a big conference to work this out. This is not going to be done by a small group of people in secret. Next question.
Hi Ben, what are your thoughts on reptilians or shapeshifters? Do you think they exist? What about videos of people with vertically long pupils or eyes changing in strange ways while on camera?
I haven't personally seen any evidence of this. I've met several of these people who are supposed to be reptilians, but I go with Occam's razor. I prefer to think of it as a metaphor that when these people who are normally, nice, upstanding citizens suddenly like transform and start, extraordinary claims require extraordinary proof, and I just haven't seen any real solid proof these reptilians exist, except for videos, which, as we all know, can be doctored. But certainly it works as a metaphor. Next question.
Hi Ben, we have our last question for today. There is a theory that people like Andrew Jackson, many former presidents and their partners, but changed their identities throughout history, basically immortal. One example of this is that if you take a photo of Andrew Jackson and Jeffrey Epstein, as well as Andrew Jackson's wife and Ghislaine Maxwell, they look almost identical. Do you think that there's anything to these theories?
I don't know, but I'll be honest. They used to put out a picture that showed me looking like Benjamin Franklin, and I think that there's. We are part of a single genetic line going back, from the beginning of life on Earth, and I think a lot of us inherit the mantle or try to, inherit the spirit of these people. So. Because my name is Benjamin, when I was a kid, I read a lot about Benjamin Franklin. I admired him, and I tried to, live a life similar to his. And I think that's what's going on. A lot of us, for example, admire President Jackson and wish to, continue his work. But the faces are similar because we're all, share the same genetics. But overall, I think this is something that needs more scientific study so we can get, find out more about the real truth of this whole thing. But, it's us as a species fighting over how we navigate into the future, and that's the real battle, and that is being multi-generational, and it's also spiritual. But I think the forces of light have finally won. Okay, well, that's what I have to say for myself today, and I hope to see you again next. In almost about 20 years, when I first appeared on Jeff Rent's to tell people about how the Eyes Wide Shut movie by Stanley Kubrick was true, now, finally, it took 20 years, but everybody is watching the Epstein files and learning that, yes, indeed, this Eyes Wide Shut has taken over Western civilization. And this is now undeniable. And I'd like you to take a look at this viral video, sort of a CG reconstruction of, a summary of the Epstein Island business, So take a look at that. It sort of speaks for itself, but of course a lot of people are missing from that. But the important thing I want to point out here is that this really is biblical. This is a system of government that goes back literally thousands of years. I would suggest that when Moses went to Mount Sinai to get the 10 Commandments, that's when the Jewish people became enslaved by the satanic cult, and it has continued to this day, and this may be finally ending. However, I do note that in the United States, they're trying to say, nobody's being arrested even though they're implicated. Howard Lutnick is still there. The fake Trump is still there. But in the UK, the police are actually making criminal investigations of the Lord Mandelson, the British ambassador to the United States, over his visit there, and that's going to topple the government. The same thing is happening in Norway. So, there is a real crackdown in part of the English world, but of course the United States is still to be liberated, and we ask people in the military and the police to go up the chain of command and ask why nobody has been arrested. Hillary Clinton is supposed to, and Bill Clinton are supposed to appear and testify. Remember, they're actually members of the Rockefeller family. Clinton is not their real name, the same as the Podestas. They're also Rockefellers, etc. I mean, they've been infiltrating the government with people like that. And now, at this point, I'd like to talk about Donald Trump, because I know that a lot of my viewers and readers are fans of Donald Trump, and I was the biggest fan of all, I think, because the Trump I supported was backed by the Harriman family. These are one of the founding families of the Federal Reserve Board, and they were fighting against the Rockefellers to drain the swamp. And the first Trump administration did a good job of draining Hollywood, and they were stopped with a stolen election by Obama, who's a Hitler descendant, and then, as I keep saying, the Harriman Trump who came back into power last year, and for the first 6 months he was working very hard to clean, and then boom, he was replaced by the fake we see now, who is controlled by the Rothschilds and the Rockefellers. And as we know from the Epstein files now, Jeffrey Epstein was an agent of the Rothschilds. He was a front man for them. And the name that comes up is Ariane de Rothschild, who is the head of the Edmund de Rothschild Bank. And this, of course, is one of the banks that owns the Bank of Japan, which now brings me to the reason why I delayed this report for a day. I went yesterday to a remote part of Japan to meet the new head of the three-legged crow secret society in Japan that runs the Shinto religion, and they told me a lot of stuff. These are real people, and they are definitely powerful and connected here in Japan. But I'm just going to tell you what they told me. You can decide for yourself if you want to believe it or not. But they say they are the Japanese royals are Sephardic Jews. They can trace their ancestry back to Joseph, and they say they've been intermarrying with European royals for more than 1,000 years, and that's what the Dragon family is. They also say that the Japanese emperor is a Habsburg. I've said this before, but I've reconfirmed it. And this group claims, again, they have gold to help back a reboot for the Western financial system, the Western world. Once again, I've heard this so many times. I say, well, show me the frickin' gold. Give me some proof. They promise they will, but I'm not holding my breath. But nonetheless, they do control. They have agreed they're going to help take over the Bank of Japan, and we've also confirmed with the Empress Dowager Michiko and Prince William that they're willing to support a new future planning agency to replace the current system, which is controlled by the Rothschild family. This is the source of their power. They create money out of nothing, and then they hand it out to their buddies, and they use it to hire, high-level hitmen and try to maintain their control. And they're fighting very hard now. If you take a look at this picture here of this bearded guy, I've been told that this is Jeffrey Epstein and that he's still alive. And I was told at the time, too, that he was still alive by my Mossad connections. So if we can get him to testify against the Rothschilds, that would be a great move, because that would help liberate the United States from these people. It's very important to take away their control of the financial system, because that's the source of their power, and it is a system that literally goes back thousands of years. So it is biblical. But if we step back and look at the big picture, it's a battle over the process of deciding what we as a species do in the future. And right now, we are headed by a group of people whose only vision of the future seems to be to start World War III. They're still at it. They're trying to provoke Cuba with a blockade. They're once again trying to attack Iran. And by the way, Iran, I'm getting information that they are saying in order to stop the attempt to overthrow their government, the number that Iranian exiles in Australia are sending me is 50,000 people were killed to stop this Israeli-led overthrow. And the video you're about to see now apparently is the bodies being burned to cover up evidence. I don't know if it's true or not, but it could well be. But nonetheless, an Israeli takeover of Iran would not have been a good thing, because their goal wasn't to take over Iran. Their goal was to start World War III. The justice is now closing in on them as their, systematic and industrial torture of children is coming to light, and the justice is closing in on them. And a very worrying thing, if there is in the Epstein files, there is one mention that they're gonna start World War III on February 8th, which is tomorrow. And clearly, the START Treaty, which is, limiting the amount of nuclear weapons that the Soviet Union and the U.S. had, expired on February 6th. They didn't, renew it. And clearly, these fanatics are going to try to destroy the planet rather than be dragged from their palaces and forced to face justice. So please be on high alert. We need to make sure that they don't have any chance of starting all-out nuclear war. This is very important. Face justice for the horrific crimes which have been going on for literally thousands of years. So it's an important battle, and to try to expose these people. Many of my colleagues, for example, Christopher Story, was poisoned for exposing George Bush Sr., and but George Bush Sr. was then subsequently executed, so that's one. And then, of course, Neil Keenan, head of CIA in Europe, so that's another one. Robert David Steele, who found the servers where they did the financing for the adrenochrome because it would threaten the British monarchy. This is what I was told. So he's another one who went down. Here in Japan, Kawase Takamasa helped me a lot and provided me protection at an essential moment. So it's been a long fight, and the reason I don't interview people, like people ask me why don't I talk to Henry Mako or Castor Austin Fitz or any of these people, and the reason is because they've been murdering people who interview me, and I don't want to threaten anybody's lives. So the people, I do have high-level people in the agencies, including Mossad, CIA, MI6, the royal families, who support me, but they stay anonymous, and very few of us are willing to put our faces out there. But at this point, I think it's time that we really go for the jugular. We finish this off once and for all. It's been going on way too long, and it has to end. And one way to do it is, again, expose the fact that Donald Trump has been replaced by a phony, and the Trump movement that he inspired is still alive. The people who want what Trump was supposed to do are still there, and we support them, and we support their agenda. Make America great again, drain the swamp, get rid of the illegal criminals who were brought in to create social instability. All those things we support, and we need to uncover this fakery. So a good place to start would be with Hillary Clinton, and I posted a video of her torturing this was found on Anthony Weiner's laptop. Out of the 12 New York policemen who saw this video, 9 were killed, the 3 are in hiding. She needs to face justice for that. Same with Barack Obama. He needs to be publicly put on trial for torturing and murdering that young Japanese girl that was provided to him. We put evidence of that out there too. These people need to face justice. Enough is enough. This has gone on way too long, and they're still desperately also trying to censor things. You know, I was looking for the original Bild article where Vladimir Putin's wife, you know, this is a famous German newspaper. There's an article. I have a paper copy of it by an avatar, a fake. And this is true of so many leaders. We need to get rid of fake actors reading scripts from anonymous scriptwriters. We need to have real leaders who are actually selected by the people. For example, Nigel Farage, he's the real deal. He's not a blackmailed pedophile. We need people like that in the United States as well. I think Thomas Massey is one, and he's been very, very helpful in getting these files out. He's under attack. People like him need your support. We need to finish this off now. What we don't want for sure is for them to say, okay, well, that's it. The Epstein files have been released. Now let's move along. Let's pretend nothing happened, and then pretend nothing happened. No. You face the death penalty for stuff like that, and that's what we need. We need to get rid of these people. Now, the Rothschilds have been in touch with me. They say they want to get, be exiled to the Kerguelen Islands in the middle of nowhere. I don't mind if they want to flee there now. They better do it while they still can, because they're not going to have much more time. The dragnet is closing in, and this is going to happen. And again, there's a lot I can't talk about my meeting with the three-legged crow, but we do have very powerful people in Asian secret societies, in the Western intelligence community, and many other places who are ready and willing to take action. We need this to happen. And again, we have, funding. We have a $50 trillion grant from the Dragon family that will be used to eliminate debt in the West, end the Babylonian debt slavery, and then start a system where the people decide what kind of future they want, and then they hire the smartest people on earth to figure out how to make it happen. That's the kind of system we're trying to set up, and we're going to start it off with the Jubilee, canceling all debt, and then returning all the money that was stolen through central bank fraud by these people who create money out of nothing, which is essentially parasitical. We're not going to punish entrepreneurs and businessmen who created value. These people will continue business in a much more stable and competent environment. But the fraudsters will be removed from the system so that the West does not become overwhelmed by China, which is what's going to happen unless we change our system of economic management, and that means removing these satanic parasites. Okay, that's what I have to say for myself today. Now I'd like to answer questions from readers and viewers.
Hi, Ben. We have our first question for today. Firstly, do you believe that Epstein is still alive? There have been reports of sightings of him within Israel as well as on his islands via satellite images. Furthermore, there are some online gaming accounts that he purportedly had used to lure children that have been active since his death.
Yeah, I was told at the time that he was alive, and they even sent me a photograph of him still alive after the date. And I'm pretty sure he's still alive, but here's the thing. He may not be for much longer, because the Rothschilds don't want him to be able to testify against them. So I would suggest that he be put under witness protection ASAP and then brought out in public to tell us everything. Next question.
Hi, Ben. How do we reconcile the fact that NESARA reads identically into the NWO, WEF Global Reset? They are essentially saying we can make communism work this time using this method.
NESARA was a good idea in certain ways when it was put out decades ago, but it's just been an ongoing con job. And I don't support it at all, because basically they're saying, yeah, you buy these. Well, it's been used by con artists, saying, give us some money and then you'll get trillions later. It's not going to happen. If we have a jubilee and a redistribution, it's not going to be a few insiders who bought in first. It's going to be very public. It's going to be all over the newspapers and the internet for months and months before it actually happens. It's not going to be some little secret thing where insiders who buy in first get money. This is a con job. So stay away from NESARA, GESARA, and stay away from, Zimbabwe dollars and Iraqi dinars and Vietnamese dong. It's all a con job. It's not going to work that way. It's going to be very public and it's going to be fair for everybody. Next question.
Hi, Ben. What is your take on both gold and silver? Both have gone way up recently in price, extremely fast, and then it dropped back down now significantly, which may have been pressured by several governments. What are your thoughts of holding these long term? You, in the past, had recommended purchasing things that could be used, such as land or food. What are your thoughts on gold and silver?
Well, the problem with gold, well, of course, you know the story of King Midas, right? He was given one wish, and he wished that everything he touched turned into gold. And as a result, he starved to death, because every time he touched food, it turned into gold, and he couldn't eat it. But at a more fundamental level, the problem is that most of the world's gold is owned outside of the West, and the controllers of the Western financial system would only recognize gold that had their ingot, their stamp on it, as money. So you could go to a Chinese jewelry store and buy a bunch of gold jewelry. It's real gold. You wouldn't be able to sell it in the West because it doesn't have that stamp. So at a certain point, a huge supply of gold is going to be made available because most of the world's gold does not have that stamp on it. And that's the risk with gold. And the reason it's risen so much recently is because the controllers of the West are trying to use their fiat money to get people to sell their jewelry so they can get gold to pay their debts to the Asians. So temporarily I would stay away from gold personally. But if you look at it historically, the amount of gold you needed to buy a tailor-made suit in ancient Rome or 19th century England or current day New York is about the same. So it's a very stable storage system for wealth. The same with silver. Ancient, cuneiform texts, from thousands of years ago reveal that the amount of grain you could buy with a certain amount of silver is the same as it is today as it was thousands of years ago. So it is very stable, but more important is farmland, houses, things that you directly can enjoy, even a car, anything that's personally usable by you should be the number one priority. Next question.
Hi, Ben. We have our last question for today. Could you shed some light on the dragons and their stance on the existence of Tartaria, since the main regions were right in their backyard? Tartaria, as a model society that realized economic discipline in ways we could only dream of and functioned without money, without scarcity, without greed, and without fear until it was destroyed by bankers. Today, if debts were to be signed away, if gold is reinstalled as our basis, this was the same basis that led us to the present stranglehold of the globalists. Why should we expect any different now? African tribes that have survived for countless thousands of years have, as a rule, the richest gives away those riches every 7 years to avoid being overtaken by one person. Why not try to revive the Tartarian method and build in safeguards against future abuse?
I'm going to withhold my judgment on Tartaria because I've asked Russians about this and I've asked Asians about this and they never heard of it. It's almost like it's from an alternative timeline. However, I do know, for example, the West Coast First Nations in Canada had a system called potlatch, where someone would invite everybody to this house for a party, and during the course of this party, he would give away every single thing he owned, and that gave him great status, and it kept, the wealth evenly distributed. But certainly, we need to have a new system that's not based on debt slavery, and this is going to be something that I think will have to be publicly discussed, and then we'll need to use the scientific method, which means you try different things and see what works. But the idea is to make us all be able to live like millionaires or billionaires, and not have a lot of inequality, and also be able to finance exponential progress. That's the sort of the basic agreement we reached with the Asians was that from now on our purpose as a species will be to increase the amount and variety of life, including human life, and we'll try out different systems to see what reaches that goal most efficiently. But yeah, it's going to be very different, and it's going to be a lot of public discussion, because this isn't something that's going to be top down. This is going to be bottom up. Okay, well, that's what I have to say for myself this week, and I hope to see you again next week. And remember, we need to prevent these people from destroying the planet in order to avoid facing justice. This is the #1 priority. We need to bring these people to justice, and humanity is going to wake up from a very long nightmare, and a new age is dawning. Okay, well, thanks, and hope to see you next week.
Hello, Patriots. I'm at Restored Republic via a GCR update compiled by Judy Byington. In other less important news, with the new Gold Asset-Backed Quantum Financial System active online, major banks were closing across the globe. For years, they have functioned on fiat currency. The two most powerful banks in America, Bank of America and JP Morgan Chase, were already freezing customer accounts. It was strongly advised that you withdraw monies from your bank, keep some cash to use during this transition period, and/or invest it in gold or silver until you can access your account on the new system. Sources claimed major banking and financial institutions had long been preparing for a controlled fall of the current fiat dollar-based system to happen by Saturday, January 31st. Did not happen. The deep state cabal was planning on controlling a financial reset where you had no choice but to join a digital non-asset-backed currency system where the Satan-worshipping global elites had complete control over the people. The biggest concern of our present banking system was that us borrowers, including the government, have become servants to the lender. We no longer have sovereignty. The nation becomes addicted to the loans and therefore has been ruled by banks. In 1871, the District of Columbia Organic Act altered the legal structure through which the United States operates. While the nation remained geographically intact, governance increasingly adopted corporate and commercial principles. Over time, this shift reframed citizenship from sovereign status toward administrative participation in a financial system governed by statutory law rather than constitutional primacy. In other words, the Satan-worshipping cabal blackmailed Congress into passing laws on use of taxpayer dollars. Doing so, they took sovereignty powers guaranteed by the Constitution away from the people and transferred the power of how that money could be used to the global elite's own pockets. Since 1913, our fractional reserve banking system has allowed banks to lend up to 10 to 12 as much money than they actually have. 10 to 12 times as much money as they actually have. It allows banks to consolidate the wealth of the nation and thus control the nation. Banks then can no longer operate in the public interest. The 1933 gold confiscation formalized this transformation. By removing gold from public hands and replacing it with fiat currency, real assets were exchanged for trust-based instruments managed by centralized institutions. Since then, purchasing power has steadily eroded, while public dependency on credit has expanded. Then there is the cabal's ongoing crime that has never been addressed. Since changing the Constitution back in 1913, the privately owned by banksters Federal Reserve and IRS collect our tax monies, send it to their privately owned UK Crown Bank of London, then on to the privately owned Vatican, then to their privately owned central banks across the globe. About a month later, the U.S. tax monies are back at a privately owned New York bank where they charge us interest to use our own monies. Congress has been continually blackmailed to keep the bankers in power. They allow taxpayer monies to be laundered out to privately owned non-government organizations, with some of the monies laundered back into the pockets of the Congresspeople who passed the bills. Under the Trump administration, Congresspeople and banksters who do this were headed to prison. The most powerful men in the world's banks have already been arrested. Many will face firing squads at Gitmo. Many already have. With the changeover to the new financial system, in the coming days, you might want to watch for bank outages or limits on withdrawals, extreme stock market swings or temporary closures, communication or power interruptions labeled as routine tests, quiet legal or political actions against high-level figures. And we have a quote from an anon in hiding. I'm not an a-hole. I am actually one of the nicest people you will ever meet. You are just pissed because I can see through your BS. Sorry, I didn't want to curse. Monday, February 9th, Project Odin and martial law U.S. military alert. Trump's global military alliance is taking down cabal-controlled governments worldwide while executing mass arrests based on over 500,000 sealed indictments. This requires global martial law and comes with a 10-day communication blackout. All military forces worldwide are preparing to suspend all media, internet, phone, and TV services. During this time, no internet, no ATM, and phones. Only working for 9/11 calls. The emergency broadcast system will be activated worldwide. Non-stop, 24/7, 8-hour documentaries exposing the darkest secrets of the elite. Fraud, corruption, pedophilia, and their arrests will play 3 times a day after the 10 days of darkness. We will reconnect to a new quantum internet. Finance, health, and commerce, gone. A new age is coming. Trump just synchronized it all. EBS ready to go live. Military on standby. NESARA payouts loading through QFS. The 17th letter confirmed. 8-tone burst incoming. Global blackout. Then the truth floods every device. What is coming? Worldwide blackout and rolling waves. Not every city at once. It will look random. It is not. Martial law overlay to keep streets quiet while the old rails are drained. Flight delays. Canceled pressers. Global currency reset that flips value from paper promises to asset weight. Freedom from cabal debt as legacy ledgers convert to zero or fulfilled. What you will see first. Number 1, local power flickers, followed by identical maintenance notices across unrelated providers. Number 2, news channels looping the same frame. No live panels, no call-ins. 3, payment apps timing out at login, then reopening with a new terms screen. Number 4, airport boards that show on time while terminals are held at the gate. A short tone on radio and TV, then a quiet screen. Do not panic. That is the bridge. What it means, the blackout is the curtain, so the crew can change the set. Martial law is the lock, so no one can runs the old tricks. The arrests are the receipts that everything you suspected was not only real, it was systematic. The currency reset is the power cord finally plugged into the right outlet. Debt freedom is the first breath after years underwater. How to move through it. Charge devices now. Screenshot critical information. Keep one device in airplane mode. Turn off auto updates after the first tone. You do not need a surprise patch mid-sequence. Cash on hand for 72 hours, water, light, calm. Do not chase rumors. Markers will be simple and public. Markers I will post. Market feeds that return data void for more than 6 minutes. Government portals that show 888.88 or 0000.00 in place of numbers. The first tribunal docket timestamp. You will know the names. QFS wallet prompts that pair to biometric identity with quantum ID card. NESARA credits labeled reconciliation or fulfilled. After, when screens return, balances will not look like yesterday. Student debt and revolving credit show closed. Mortgage entries say fulfilled or reconciled. Pension values float to a gold index instead of dollar inflation. You will feel the room change before you understand why. Do not let fear write the story for you. The cabal sold you a lifetime lease on your own future. That contract is about to be void. Stay here. I will call the markers as they land. If this channel goes quiet, it means the broadcast grid has taken custody and the sequence is live. Hold your position. Breathe. Tuesday, February 10th, attention. What was built in silence is now fully operational. Redemption networks are active under silent protocols. FBI Director Kash Patel, Tier 4B, ISO 20022 on Telegram. Redemption centers have entered restricted visibility mode, but operations are live. Access codes have already been seeded into the system. Those who prepared in advance will recognize the signals immediately. Rates are locked. Liquidity has been positioned. Final pathways are secured. Protection remains in place. All operational nodes continue under controlled security, coverage to ensure uninterrupted execution. Final instructions are imminent. Distribution follows confirmation, not speculation. The sequence is irreversible. Watch your inbox. This phase does not repeat. The financial reset is now fully unstoppable. Tuesday, February 10th, 2026, global currency reset inside the redemption operation. The RV redemption has begun. The NDAs are real. The post-redemption plans are locked. What you're about to read is the uncompromising truth about redemption centers, the only gateways for the public under NESARA protocols. Banks are not your path. Elites use them. We, the people, go through redemption centers, even if they have a bank name slapped on the building. Here, rates are higher, and you walk out with Q phones, Q laptops, Quantum ID access cards, rainbow currency, debit cards, checks, and even a temporary trust if your humanitarian project template is ready. This template, approved at the White House, was designed for those chosen to restore humanity. Backbone of this operation? Reclamation. Returning stolen wealth seized by the deep state, cabal, and bank cartels. Restitution, reparation. Undoing decades of constitutional theft, taxes, interests, property seizures, debt, slavery. Redemption. The exchange of currencies, Zim bonds at rates never meant for public eyes. Only a fraction is for personal use. The rest fuels humanitarian projects. Zim bonds are gold-backed. Dinar, Dong, and others hit double-digit rates. XRP already mirrored into quantum accounts. True value, 1 million per token.
Ending income tax. People don't get how big it is when Trump talks about getting rid of income tax. If you want America to be free and independent, getting rid of the income tax is one of the most important things you can do. We are slaves to debt. The Fed is not part of the government. It's a world bank that is owned by one person. The U.S. government does not own or control it. Congress gave the Fed control of the U.S. monetary system in 1913 and passed the 16th Amendment. We, the people, are the security. They can take your house, car, and freedom. If you don't pay, they will send you to federal prison and take all your things. The government doesn't make you pay income tax. The World Bank Fed does. There is a Fed in almost every country in the world. That's the cabal. The deep state in our country is their puppet. We used to call the cabal the Illuminati and their plan the New World Order. People who say nothing is happening and turn on Trump don't understand. If you follow the who controls the world rabbit hole, you'll end up at the owners of the Fed. They control the puppets. If Trump gets rid of income tax, it will break the chains and make it possible to get rid of the IRS and the Fed. The end of the gold standard was the biggest con job in history. Instead of being backed by gold, the dollar became credit-based. The Fed only needed paper, ink, and printers. They make money and lend it to us with interest. Think about going to buy a gold bar and getting a brick of fool's gold instead. Then they break off a piece of chuck to pay for the work that goes into making it look like a real gold bar. I could talk about other things that are going on, but this is it. Besides the arrests of pedophiles and traffickers, we won't win if we don't get rid of income tax and take control back from the Fed. We aren't free as long as we owe money to the Fed. Before you say nothing is happening, think about the whole picture. You don't have to agree with everything Trump does or says, but he's changing the rules. It's just the first year. We can't give the guy 4 years and then go crazy in the first year. I'm tired like everyone else, if not more, but we have to do this. There's no way to avoid it.
What we think we know as of Wednesday, February 11th, 2026. Monday, February 9th. We have a link alert Trump just did to 66 organizations what nobody thought possible. World leaders stunned. In one fell swoop by signing Executive Order 14199, Trump defunded and closed 66 international organizations which have actively worked against U.S. interests and undermined the U.S., including 31 connected to the UN. Monday, February 9th, Kanye West. They can't control me. They can control Shaq. They could control Charles Barkley. They could control LeBron James. They can control Jay-Z and Beyonce. But they can't control me. My mama was sacrificed. The truth is going to be heard. NESARA on Telegram. Tuesday, February 10th, breaking. The UN has issued a letter to its 193 member states warning that they face imminent financial collapse after Donald Trump cut U.S. funding. Tuesday, February 10th, Fox News breaking. Tom Homan just announced Minnesota police chiefs are done with the BS. They will respond to 911 calls and protect federal immigration agents from leftist rioters. Stand-down orders officially dead. The chiefs I talked to committed to responding to 9/11 calls when protesters turn violent. Agents are in a dangerous situation and there is assaults. They committed to responding. Boom, no more letting mobs attack ICE while cops sit on their hands. Law enforcement stepping up, backing the feds, and putting safety first. Tuesday, February 10th, so you have a Mexican senator who lives in Arizona representing Mexican Americans in Arizona, who is in the Mexican Senate introducing legislation, voting on bills, advising the government how to help Mexican Americans in the country. Disgusting. Tuesday, February 10th, as we've said before, vessel strikes on narco-terrorists will continue until the poisoning of the American people stops. Today, at the direction of President Trump, the Department of War carried out a lethal kinetic strike on a vessel operated by a designated terrorist organization. The vessel was trafficked narcotics in the Caribbean and was struck in international waters. No U.S. forces were harmed in the strike, and 3 male narco-terrorists who were aboard the vessel were killed. To all narco-terrorists who threaten our homeland, if you want to stay alive, stop trafficking drugs. If you keep trafficking deadly drugs, we will kill you. Senator Ron Johnson on Telegram. Tuesday, February 10th, Senator Joni Ernst has revealed that IRS employees owe $50 million in unpaid taxes. Yes, what hypocrites. The people who enforce the tax laws aren't paying them. Let that sink in. Nearly 6,000 IRS employees, almost 10% of the agency, have significant unpaid tax balances. Average amount owed about $8,000 per employee. These are not recent bills. Many are from prior years. Some didn't even file. Judge Judy note, perhaps it was because they knew that privately owned by foreign bankers, IRS taxes were illegal and they didn't have to. X.com. Tuesday, February 10th, the final red pill. The debt narrative is inverted. For decades, citizens have been conditioned to believe they are burdened by debt, personally and nationally. Yet a closer examination of the financial system suggests a different reality. The public has not merely been taxed and indebted, but structurally positioned as collateral within a debt-based monetary framework. The U.S. debt clock is often dismissed as an abstract display of runaway numbers. In truth, it reflects a deeper imbalance. Behind the official figures lies an estimated $169 trillion in extracted value generated through taxation, inflation, debt instruments, and currency dilution. If distributed proportionally, this sum would represent roughly $495,000 per American citizen. Instead of acknowledgement, the public is told to accept austerity for obligations they did not create. From republic to corporate structure. In 1871, the District of Columbia Organic Act altered the legal structure through which the United States operates. While the nation remained geographically intact, governance increasingly adopted corporate and commercial principles. Over time, this shift reframed citizenship from sovereign status toward administrative participation in a financial system governed by statutory law rather than constitutional primacy. The 1933 gold confiscation formalized this transformation by removing gold from public hands and replacing it with fiat currency. Real assets were exchanged for trust-based instruments managed by centralized institutions. Since then, purchasing power has steadily eroded while public dependency on credit has expanded. Legal identity and financial representation. Modern administrative systems distinguish between the living individual and the legal persona used for contracts, taxation, and compliance. This legal construct, created at birth and referenced across financial and governmental systems, enables large-scale economic coordination, but also obscures accountability. Most people interact with institutions exclusively through this framework, never questioning its implications. The result is a population that produces value while remaining disconnected from ownership of the systems built upon that value. Where the wealth went. Wealth of this magnitude does not disappear, it consolidates. Central banking mechanisms, perpetual debt issuance, and inflationary policy have redirected public value into institutional balance sheets, while maintaining the narrative of public liability. The greatest illusion has been convincing the productive class that it is perpetually indebted rather than foundational. The reset conversation calls for debt jubilees and systematic resets stem from this imbalance. These discussions are not about handouts, but structural correction. A legitimate reset would require transparency, asset accountability, and a reassessment of value creation versus value capture. Emerging technologies, blockchain, AI auditing systems, and asset-backed digital settlement challenge opacity. They make extraction visible, traceable, and hard to conceal. Why this matters? This is not merely a financial debate. It is a question of sovereignty, identity, and consent. A system that relies on public trust while systematically devaluing public contribution cannot sustain legitimacy indefinitely. The issue is not whether a reset will occur, but who defines it and on whose terms. The narrative of debt is unraveling. What replaces it will define the next era. Welcome to the Great Awakening, the final phase of the plan to save the world activated. Expect chaos within the next 48 hours. Military law. Trump's global military alliance has stationed 20,000 plus troops in 360 cities, which were making mass arrests of thousands of deep state cabal, pedophiles, Satanist traitors. Q military Delta Force Special Forces ready. Q Hegseth, U.S. Secretary of War. Pray, trust the plan. Freedom is not an ownership, it is a stewardship. Truth is a light discovered in silence. Judy note, multiple high-level sources have confirmed that the final sequence of the plan to save the world has been activated. According to the MAGA King platform on Telegram, Monday, February 9th, 2026, the military, White Hats, and Space Force assets were now in full control of the global communications grid. The Starlink constellation was locked and loaded for a truth bomb. The mainstream satellites would be offline within hours. The legacy media towers have been silenced. It was reported. It will be known as the hottest week in financial history. NESARA now in effect. The new digital gold asset-backed currency ISO 20022 fully live. Tier 4B, us, the Internet Group, who held foreign currencies and ZIM bonds, will be first in motion. America had been headed for total destruction by the deep state cabal, global elite, pedophile Satanists, before Trump and his white hat global military alliance implemented the Q movement's plan to save the world. That was in January 2016, when Trump stepped in as U.S. president over traitor Barack Obama. It had been 155 years in the planning. Now it could be implemented. The Q movement's plan actually had its origins back in 1861, with a few military generals who put Lincoln in as U.S. president for the purpose of abolishing the Khazarian mafia bankers' slave trade. The Khazarian bankers did not like that. They had controlled the world's money supply for centuries. Actually, from the beginning, they were believed to have origins in Babylonia and were descendants of the ancient pagan Quintus tribe. First-century historian Flavius Josephus claimed the Quintus tribe were descendants of Cain and wore the mark of Cain, an equal-sided red cross on their forehead or back of their hand, as a sign they could not be punished for crimes which included pedophilia and kidnapping, to use the innocents in their child sacrifices required for their worship of Satan. They believed in doing so, they were rewarded with wealth, power, and glory. By 1913, Khazarian descendant, Satan-worshipping bankers, the Rothschilds and Rockefellers, managed to change the U.S. Constitution so as to eventually form their privately owned U.S. Inc., Federal Reserve and IRS. They collected and funneled all U.S. taxpayer monies to the UK Crown of England in London, Vatican Bank, and then to their central banks across the globe. A month or so later, the funds were returned their New York bank, where they charged the U.S. government interest to use their own monies to pay federal employees. The Q movement became more formalized when the Khazarian bankers arranged the 1963 assassination of President J.F. Kennedy. As with Lincoln, Kennedy was trying to replace the failing U.S. dollar with silver-backed currency. Kennedy's grave at Arlington Cemetery was surrounded by a large sidewalk in the shape of a Q. Although some in the military complex adhered to the deep state cabal, after Kennedy was shot, around 30 Pentagon generals joined the Q movement to eventually put in Donald Trump as U.S. president, a government outsider, billionaire who couldn't be blackmailed. The Q movement had an overwhelming amount of opposition. Deep state traders were supported by Satan-worshipping Khazarian bankers and various drug, gun-running, child kidnapping mafias, plus the Zionists, CIA, Vatican, and Chinese communists and Democratic parties, through their money laundering and pedophile. Project Trinity was in effect, a Langley, Zurich, Jerusalem black op network that blocked the gold-backed quantum financial system and NESARA activation. They wanted to keep us in debt slavery, but by Sunday, February 1st, 2026, the White Hat's military made sure the new quantum financial system was fully online, taking over the cabal's debt-ridden fiat dollar SWIFT system. Also by Sunday, February 1st, 2026, and with help from Trump's global military alliance, the constitutional republic was fully restored under common law, while the UK Crown's maritime law was no longer in effect, and the cabal's debt slavery SWIFT financial system was extinct. This week, the global currency reset to gold asset-backed currencies in 209 nations was now fully underway, and debt slavery was dead. An EBS activation, including martial law to usher in 10 days of darkness. The mainstream media would be taken down, so only truth could be broadcast worldwide on all TV, radio, internet, and social medias. The new Starlink satellite system was up and ready for the emergency broadcast system rollout. 10 days of darkness incoming to wipe out the last remnants of fake news and deep state censorship. Banks were closing, with over 700 banker licenses already revoked. Cabal assets seized and redistributed. Redemption centers were ready for Tier 4B appointments, with notifications any moment now. Welcome to the Great Awakening. The old world was dying so the new golden age could be birthed. Expect chaos within the next 48 hours. Trump's global military alliance has stationed 20,000 plus troops in 360 cities, which were right now making mass arrests of thousands of deep state cabal. Monday, February 9th, EVS, Project Odin, martial law, and Telegram. All military forces worldwide are preparing to suspend all media, internet, phone, and TV services. During this time, no internet, no ATMs and phones, only working for 9/11 calls. This is the global martial law we've been talking about, and it comes with a 10-day communication blackout. But here's the kicker. The emergency broadcast system will be activated worldwide, non-stop 24/7, 8-hour documentaries exposing the darkest secrets of the elite. Fraud, corruption, pedophilia, and their arrests will play 3 times a day. The military is taking down cabal-controlled governments worldwide, executing mass arrests based on 500,000 sealed indictments. This is the moment we've been waiting for. After the 10 days of darkness, we will reconnect to a new quantum internet. The old systems of government, education, finance, health, and commerce, gone. A new age is coming. Global currency reset, Monday, February 9th. Trump just synchronized it all. EBS ready to go live, military on standby, NESARA payouts loading through QFS. The 17th letter confirmed, 8-tone burst incoming. Global blackout. Then the truth floods every device. Sunday, February 8th, 2026, RVGCR update. The floodgates are now wide open. NESARA on Telegram. The global currency reset and revaluation phase are no longer operating in the shadows. They are live, active, and accelerating right now. The old fiat system is finished. The era of financial enslavement is collapsing in real time. Sources close to the operation confirm the quantum financial system is now asserting full dominance across the globe. Control has shifted. The cabal's financial infrastructure is breaking apart, and their grip is slipping fast. What was once delayed, blocked, and manipulated is now executing without restraint. Redemption activity is surging worldwide. Centers are active, secured, and buzzing. Tier 4B movement is increasing rapidly with notifications and appointments triggering. Screens are being prepared, rates are staged, and exchanges are lining up for immediate execution. This phase is about to unleash the largest transfer of wealth in human history back to the people. The green light is confirmed. Legacy systems are being shut down. Old banking rails are obsolete and the new architecture is in control. Emergency broadcast infrastructure is locked and ready. Information suppression is failing. Licenses are being revoked. Assets seized and whistleblowers rewarded as accountability finally arrives. The parasites who drained nations for decades are being removed one by one. Tribunals are accelerating. Justice is no longer symbolic, it is operational. NESARA and JASARA are activating in real time, bringing debt relief, systematic reset, and long-suppressed breakthroughs into the open. Hold the line, stay ready, stay sharp. This is the final push. The illusion is over, the storm is here, and there's no turning back now. Restored Republic, Monday, February 9th, the storm is locked and loaded. Missile alert reset, Super Bowl occult hinge, and America's final stand against the satanic cabal. Juan O'Savin on Telegram. Patriots, wake up. Everything is connected in one massive Luciferian spider web. Epstein's Island horrors. Chinese fentanyl pouring across the border. Rigged elections in 71 plus countries. Mossad, CIA, MI6, blackmail rings. It's the same demonic players running the same satanic playbook. They think they own America. They're wrong. The White Hats have the kill switch. We're racing toward the ultimate hinge moment. The Super Bowl halftime ritual, this isn't sports. This is the largest satanic broadcast in human history, beamed live in every nation simultaneously for the first time ever. The elite will flash their inverted crosses. Expect cataclysmic turbulence. National emergency declared. Massive arrests rolling like thunder. Exposure of election sorcery that stole the republic. traitors in high office, Satan-worshipping puppets in Congress. Courts, agencies will face military tribunals. The devil's minions will counterattack with everything. False flags, cyber blackouts, but they lose. The real game changer is the missile alert hard reset. The 2018 Hawaii false alert live fire test run. When a missile warning, real or orchestrated, screams across every cell tower, NORAD seizes full continuity of government power, and that shuts off the senior executive service once and for all. All black project codes, hidden servers, SES shadow government authority, everything floods back to Cheyenne Mountain. The Carter era deep state machine gets decapitated. Trump never surrendered command in 2020. The codes are still locked. One alert equals total flip. 10 days of darkness begins. Comms reset. Cell towers neutralized as weapons. Fiat system frozen. Cards stop. Pumps dry. ATMs blank. Controlled chaos to save the republic without civil war. Genius military precision. Then comes May 17, 2026. President Trump leads the rededication of America on the National Mall. Elijah versus Baal priests 2.0. We march to the gates of hell itself and declare, this nation belongs to God Almighty again. Pilgrim's covenant renewed. The people choose sides. When the full truth hits, child trafficking networks, election witchcraft, high priests of Moloch in power, righteous fury erupts. The masses turn on the monsters. No mercy. AI-generated fakes from Pakistan and Philippines flood in to discredit us. Vet everything. Slow down. Be the unshakable rock when normies lose their minds. Scripture is your anchor. God's promises never fail. He never changes. You were born for this hour. The Super Bowl owners always win. But this year, we the people and the Most High God win bigger. The devil's last ritual backfires. Arrests accelerate. Tribunals begin. The veil tears. The republic is reborn in fire and glory. Hold the line. Pray hard. The storm is here. God wins. Guru Information and Intel, Monday, February 9th, breaking. Juan O'Savin drops nuclear truth on the war for hearts and minds. Nino interview explodes with final phase revelations. Patriots, the battle for souls is peaking and victory is ours. David Nino Rodriguez, Juan O'Savin on Telegram. The war for hearts and minds is at its most intense crescendo right now. The deep state satanic playbook is fully exposed. They're desperate, accelerating their dark rituals and public displays because they must show you before they do it. But patriots, this is their death throes, not their triumph. Juan confirms the globalist cabal is using massive events like the Winter Olympics opening and the Super Bowl as occult markers to flaunt their Luciferian agenda, inverted crosses, Masonic symbols, ritualistic performances, blasting in plain sight. They're mocking us, trying to break spirits, erode faith, and drag souls into darkness. But it's backfiring spectacularly. Andrea Bocelli belting out Nessun Dorma, Trump's rally anthem, right in the middle of their satanic circus. That's no coincidence. It's White Hat sending a loud message. We see you, we're ahead, and Trump's Lion of Judah is roaring back. The real war isn't just political, it's spiritual, targeting your mind, heart, and soul. Juan warns Satan's forces are ramping up attacks to knock patriots off course. Distractions everywhere. Stay the course. The awakening is exploding. Millions snapping out of the matrix as suppressed truths flood in. Military intel confirms the alliance is dismantling the entire network. Child trafficking empires collapsing. Blackmail rings shattered. Fiat slavery system on life support. EBS is primed. Starlink ready to override with undeniable proof. Tribunals, verdicts, confessions. Horrors unveiled. 10 days of darkness? It's the final shield, while the last demons are purged. NESARA JASARA flooding. Reclaimed trillions to patriots. Debt wiped. Prosperity unleashed under the restored republic. The cabal's satanic warfare is accelerating because they're losing. Elite vanishing. Suicides spiking. Gitmo flights nonstop. Patriots, Juan's message is crystal clear. This is our time. Hold faith unbreakable. Pray without ceasing, armor up spiritually. The war for hearts and minds ends with light-crushing darkness. Trump was invited for such a time as this. The plan is divine, unstoppable. We the people are winning the ultimate battle. Souls saved, republic reborn, evil eradicated. The war for hearts and minds is won. Patriots rising, cabal falling. The storm is biblical and glorious. Where we go one, we go all. Epstein Files, Thursday, February 5th. Epstein Files expose human cloning, MKUltra mind control, and Rothschilds hiding Hitler. The deep state's darkest secrets are out. Cue the storm. Patriots, wake the hell up. The latest Epstein document drops are blowing the lid off the global cabal like never before. This isn't just about some island pervert and blackmail. These files reveal a full-on pathocracy ruled by pure evil psychopaths who hijacked banking, governments, big pharma, mainstream media, and our entire culture to enslave humanity. Jeffrey Epstein wasn't some lone operator. He was a top-tier power broker for the elite, pushing early Bitcoin to launch the dirty money, advancing transhumanist nightmares, orchestrating regime changes worldwide, and running MKUltra-style psychological torture ops to break minds and control key figures. The documents prove it. Coercion, trauma-based programming, and total domination are how these monsters keep their grip on power. And get this, buried in the files are emails between Epstein and Rothschild banker Ariane de Rothschild casually discussing how Adolf Hitler lived in a homeless shelter in Vienna funded by wealthy Jewish families, including the Rothschilds, the Epsteins, and the Gutmans. Epstein straight up says it's 100% true. Hitler was peddling his paintings and clothes while crashing in a shelter bankrolled by these bloodlines. Coincidence? Hell no, this ties the modern Rothschild financial empire right back to funding the very monster they claim to oppose. Are they still hiding him, or is his legacy in some Antarctic bunker or cloned body? The dots connect, Anons. They've been playing both sides for centuries. But it gets even darker. Whispers in these releases point to human cloning programs tied directly to Epstein's network. Elite experiments to create perfect doubles while they depopulate the rest of us. Combine that with MKUltra mind control tech still running today. Think celebrity breakdowns, mass shooters, politicians who flip overnight. And transhumanist pushes for merging man with machine. This is the real plan. Wipe out God's creation, replace it with their soulless abominations. These aren't theories anymore. The deep state is panicking because the truth is leaking everywhere. They've controlled the narrative for decades through trauma, blackmail, and ritual abuse, but their great awakening is unstoppable now. The most important thing, waking up more people. Share this far and wide. The cabal fears an informed, angry populace more than anything. They're hiding cloning labs through Rothschild channels and using MKUltra tactics to keep us docile. But we see you, demons. Nothing can stop what is coming. The storm is here. Trump knew. The White Hats are dismantling it piece by piece. Stay frosty, trust the plan, and keep red pilling. The end of their reign is closer than you think. What we think we know as of Tuesday, February 10th, 2026. Monday, February 9th. Audit bombshell, state-sponsored fraud. Tim Walz's Department of Human Services caught creating fake documents to cover up $672,000 in phantom grants, backdated lies, no oversight, 0 arrests. Monday, February 9th, the mainstream media lied to you about President Trump and they lied to you about Pizzagate. Come to find out, the same journalists writing articles that Pizzagate was debunked were actually the same journalists. Imagine that, ladies and gentlemen. They lied to you and gaslit you for years, when they were the ones guilty this entire time. This included journalists from CNN, ABC, the BBC, and many, many more. The Great Awakening is here. Steve Bannon on Telegram. Monday, February 9th, the payment system has been exposed. Credit card giants have been quietly draining the public's finances. They skim 2 to 4% from every single transaction. charging massive fees while making massive profits. And to top it off, they have zero accountability. This wasn't convenience, it was control. Swipe fees became a hidden tax on businesses, families, and freedom, and the banks thought no one would challenge it. They were wrong. The old payment model is being confronted. Middlemen are losing their grip. The era of unchecked fees is ending. This is why legacy systems are nervous. This is why ISO 20022 rails matter. This is why Tier 4B positioning matters. When transparency replaces exploitation, the entire structure shifts. The public feels it first at the checkout line, then everywhere else. The payment war is real. The reset starts with transactions, and the banks know it. Monday, February 9th, U.S. military rescues 5,000 Americans from bounty hunter paradise. And there is an article and that says 5,000 Americans from bounty hunters paradise in Caracas. Monday, February 9th, we are applying AI right now in Medicare. We're going to save billions of dollars this year. Medicaid and Medicare get $100 billion stolen from us every year, and that's money that's not available for the poor and for seniors. AI's ability to detect fraud is extraordinary. President Donald Trump. Monday, February 9th, Epstein working for Mossad, Israel, and Rothschilds. Epstein files reveal Israeli involvement. Why does anyone care? And Monday, February 9th, a former high-ranking Obama DEA financial operations official, Paul Campo, has been criminally indicted in the Southern District of New York for allegedly conspiring to launder approximately $12 million in cartel cash and provide material support to CJNG, the Jalisco New Generation Cartel, recently designated by the U.S. government as a foreign terrorist organization. Campo was not some random low-level agent. He was a 25-year DEA veteran, once deputy chief of the Office of Financial Operations, the very unit tasked with tracking cartel money. He retired in 2016. The final Obama years, and prosecutors say he allegedly turned that expertise into a private toolkit for America's enemies. Deep State exposed, Obama-era DEA official indicted for laundering $12 million for terror cartels.
It's Tuesday. It's the 10th of February, 2026. It's the morning after the night before, where the banks woke up to the realization that they were not Basel III compliant. And now we are about to see the aftermath of what that actually means. In the UK, as an example, the Bank of England technically should have gone bankrupt yesterday. But then the PRA, the Prudential Regulation Authority, stepped in, which happens to be the Bank of England's own regulator, stepped in and said, we need to wait until January 2027. Otherwise, we're going to go bankrupt. Now, it's going to be very interesting as they posture to see what the Bank of International Settlements has to say, because they've warned them, and they've warned them. And we'll see who wins this battle, whether the PRA or the BIS are the most powerful, because the Bank of International Settlements is the central bank of central banks. And technically, they should have the final say. The Prudential Regulation Authority are second in line. And for them to come out and try and protect the Bank of England from going bankrupt, well, we'll wait and see what plays out. It's going to be a very interesting week to see what really happens in this battle between authorities and the pecking order. Because the Bank of England, which is the central bank of the UK, and obviously the hub of British finance, is on its knees. What's going to happen? I don't know, but it's going to be fun to watch. Morning, Drew.
Good morning, Charlie. Good morning, everyone. Well, Following on from that, UK borrowing costs surged as pressure mounts on Prime Minister Keir Starmer, rattling markets before easing as officials stepped in. Higher yields mean higher costs across the economy. In Japan, the Nikkei 225 hit a record high after Prime Minister Sonai Takichi's election win boosted confidence. UK nerves, Japan surges. Now, Charlie, when they say officials stepped in, does that mean printing more money? Just asking for a friend.
Well, this is what they've done for a long time, and they've been able to do it without people knowing. But right now we're watching the Bank of International Settlements, who are watching the Bank of England, who are watching all of the central banks, and they're all being exposed. I've said many times on this show, the light exposes the darkness. We never ever saw the darkness when we were in the dark. But now the light is on, we can all see what's going on. It's a very, very interesting time to be alive. I would remind everybody who's watching that what we're going through right now is all pantomime. It's all part of the exposure. And as we talked about Keir Starmer there, he and Zelensky are the globalists' puppets in the movie. And if you look at it as a movie, you'd say both of them deserve an Oscar because they're playing their role very, very well. But if you're looking at it as the real world, so don't look at it through the eyes of this is really happening. Look at it through the eyes that you're watching a movie. And Keir Starmer and Zelensky, as the globalists' puppets, are doing a good job in exposing this whole system as it collapses. The whole system was collapsed in 2021, 22 and 23. And it was way too dangerous for it to be done in real time. So it was done then, and now you're watching what happened with a little bit of artistic license. So don't live in fear. Enjoy the show, but it's absolutely bonkers.
Voter fraud. Monday, February 9th. Elon is right. Banning mail-in voting is critical to avoiding fraud in our elections. The White House on Telegram. During the 2020 election, Pennsylvania sent out 1,823,148 mail-in ballots, but received back around 2.5 million mail-in ballots. This accounts for Biden's fraudulent and impossible 682,000 plus vote spike, which were counted with no observers and were all for Biden, which magically just happened to be enough to steal Trump's almost 700,000 vote lead in Pennsylvania before swing states shut down counting locations at the same time to steal the 2020 election. Pennsylvania's own Secretary of State website then wiped the 2.5 million mail-in ballot number after the total number was questioned. Trump won the 2020 election in a landslide. Data deleted. Walz's DHS ignored warnings, retaliated against truth tellers, and let the cabal feast on our money. No real oversight, no consequences, just more training memos while the money vanishes. Temporary Commissioner Shireen Gandhi called it unacceptable, but did Zilk Walz himself silent as the grave, watching his empire crumble as federal probes widen? This is state-sponsored theft against American families. Money for addicts and the vulnerable siphoned to cronies while real people suffer. The deep state protects its own. No arrests, no perp walks, no accountability under Walz's watch. But Trump is back. The storm is raging. Federal investigators are closing in. House oversight, Senate probes, DOJ heat. Walz's fraud machine is exposed and the tribunals are loading up. Why no indictments yet? Who got the kickbacks? How much more is hidden in Walz's swamp? Patriots, this is the Great Awakening in action. Walz and his cronies thought they could steal forever. No more. Spread this truth bomb far and wide. The child predators, the fraudsters, the liars, they're all coming down. Nothing can stop what is coming. God wins.
Hello, everyone. It's Michael Jacob with Unleashing Intuition Secrets. So, another school shooting and another transgender shooting. All right, the transgender shootings are way out of control. And we know that there's this war against good and evil that's going on. Transgenderism is part of the Luciferian agenda, and we need to be aware of it and stop it out wherever we can. So, it's having obviously an extremely negative effect. So we have 10 children now that have, and up to 25, 27 that are wounded from this recent transgender shooting in Canada. So it is something that needs to be discussed. It is something that needs to be critically looked at. And if possible, wherever you're at, it needs to be stopped out. All right. So we're in this battle, we're in this war against the Luciferians. So until we start to realize their tricks and their trade and so forth, we're going to continue to have these problems. Yeah, obviously it's a problem. All right. It's a problem that they keep pushing into our faces. And those that have been quietly accepting this are finding out. All right. So we need to turn the tide on this, and we need to stop this out. All right. So other issues that are out there, the uncle of the mass shooter confirms he was trans. So the media, and as you saw, the police and so forth are all in on it. The police, horrific in Canada, throughout Canada at this point. The government, horrific throughout Canada at this point. All the things they've been doing is beyond belief. Anywhere else in the world, I don't know how Canadians let them get away with it. They need to rise up and throw them off. All right, so it is going to get worse until people start to push back. Right, in America, we are massively pushing back, and we're not going to stop. It's going to continue. It's going to continue unless you're in California. In California, they're pushing back on it from the liberal side, as hospitals and so forth are trying to stop this out. So breaking mass are six at the scene, 6 on scene, 2 at another scene, and then 1, and then he turned a gun on himself. So this happens often to these Manchurian candidates that are basically brainwashed into believing that they're a different sex and so forth. And then I think someone comes along and sees them as a potential mass shooter. So this is probably what happened, unfortunately, to this boy, and it's been happening for a lot of others. All right, so this is something we got to push back on this, guys. And an independent Canadian news outlet is reporting that the shooter and injured at least 25 at a British Columbia high school Tuesday was identified as a transgender identifying male by a family member. So again, we're going to continue to see this stuff, and it's going to continue to, be a problem. And unless we really, lock down on this and push back on it, it's going to get worse, and continue to get worse and worse and worse and worse. All right. So humankind's potential for self-destruction through the lust of the flesh appears to be limitless. While there is nothing new to the sensual sins and wanton debauchery that we witness in our culture, technology undoubtedly advanced its influence, and one such sin is being promoted in an apparently fanatical fashion: transgenderism. So we know that we're all born either male or female. This is the way it is in nature, but the Luciferians want to, cause this debauchery and change genders and so forth. And this is in our face. This is absolutely in our face. Just look at the Statue of Liberty. Statue of Liberty is a transgender, right? I put this out, and many other people put this out for a long time. It's in our face, in the harbor of New York City. So the debauchery and, sins will continue. They will continue to be in our face until we start to wake up. So if you look here, this is Marina Abramovic, and she's Ukraine's ambassador linked to Spirit Cooking, and Jacob Rothschild, right? So behind them is the statue. Doesn't that look familiar? Doesn't it look like the Statue of Liberty? Look at that face, and I'm going to show it in detail here. This is Lucifer. So they're standing in front of Lucifer. So they're showing us who they are. So these two, Luciferians, pushing the Luciferian agenda. And do we want to let that continue? Do we want that to continue to be in our face? I say no. But evidently, a lot of people are just, no big deal, right? No big deal. Let them have their beliefs. I say no because they're imposing on the rest of us. So now this is Lucifer. Look at that strong jaw, all right? The chin, the arms, biceps, shoulders, the forehead. Above Lucifer seems to be this demonic figure that's coming out. Maybe that's the crown chakra type thing. But look at those boobies, all right? So just like you see on the Statue of Liberty, a man with boobies. And Lucifer is transgender, and it's being pushed on our children by our school systems, by our political systems, right? We need to stop it. We need to stop it. We need to be aggressive stopping it. The President Trump administration has been aggressive stopping it, but still, it continues. It continues, and there's pushback in places like we're going to talk about, California. All right, so let's look at the Statue of Liberty. All right, so Statue of Liberty, like I said, is absolutely transgender. All right, this is a statue of Mithras with the rays, 7 rays coming out. You see the 7 rays coming out of a lot of people. This is Joe Rogan. They're talking about the Statue of Liberty is not a woman, so this is not new. A lot of people are talking about this. It is a thing.
I want to see what the Statue of Liberty looks like.
That's a dude, bro. It is a cross-dresser, and it is.
Really?
Oh yeah, the Statue of Liberty is an old Zoroastrianism god called Mithras.
Wow, it's a fucking guy. Look at that. It does look like a guy. Look at the arm. It does not look like a feminine arm. Look at the hand.
Old pagan.
Look at the hands.
Zoroastrianism gods.
Whoa.
All right, so yeah, not new, not new. So this is going to continue, like I said, until we wake up to it. So right in the statue, and it's supposed to be the Statue of Liberty. Everybody's like, oh, the Statue of Liberty. No, it's the statue of Lucifer. And Lucifer is the angel, the fallen angel of light. So he's holding the torch of light, right? For all to come and be like him, right? And to gather with him. And New York. All right. So yeah, New York, right in your friggin' face. In your face. So yeah, it's pretty pathetic. All right, so let's look at California. Like I said, another pathetic place that has gone totally woke and liberal and Luciferian all in one. Joint statement for California Health and Human Services. This was all the way back in December 18th. So that they knew that Donald Trump was coming. And so California laws protecting healthcare for transgender individuals remain in full effect. Well. How about this? California seals trans adult records because they knew it was coming. This was in October. Children's Hospital LA ends transgender program. Children's Hospital LA will shut down Center for Trans Youth Health. Trans youth in SoCal faces more roadblocks in gender affirming. Policy tracker youth access to gender affirming care and state. So they were starting to shut it down. At least 3 major California providers of transgender care for use have shut down Because what is California? California is pretty much red, guys, with exception of a few blue dots. California is a red state. It's captured by a few blue dots. It's insane. California sues Rady Children's over transgender health care cutoff. So they're suing them because they're shutting down this Luciferian program. So they're getting support from the federal government, and they're exiting. They're getting cover. So Californians are trying to do the right thing, but they have this, a few blue dots that are trying to control all of California, which does not like this. And California's starting to push back. Good job, Californians. Lewis Herms, believe it or not, Lewis Herms in the latest poll is actually ahead in a California independent poll where a massive number of people were polled, and across the board, most of them would choose Lewis Herms if there were free voting and no stealing of the vote in California. Lewis Herms would win, I believe, right? He would turn all this around, guys. California's largest hospital system ends gender affirmation. So we have groups out there that are trying now that they're getting cover to do that. And this is what happened with me when President Trump first came into office. I was trying to leak out information, and I was getting hammered. Lots of threats, IRS coming after me, seizing assets and ruining what little left I had after I left the CIA because they came after me. And so when President Trump came in, it all stopped. I was able to, like I am now, talk. And then President Trump went away, and then we found out, didn't we? We found out what happens when the deep state gets control. And they came after us big time. So they shut us down. We're back again. President Trump's back. We're back again. So we have to get aggressive, guys. We cannot let the next 4 years just, slowly fade away, and then President Trump's gone pretty much forever on the political scene. And then what are we going to have? What are we going to have? All right. So we need to get aggressive and start this action now. All right. We need to take this demonic system, this Luciferian system, and crush the hell out of it. All right. So House Dems look to expand access to gender affirming care amid Trump crackdown. This was back in March 31st. The hardest working Democrats, 24 of them, were looking to protect and expand hardest working availability to gender affirming care for transgender youths and adults as the Trump administration takes steps to sharply curb access. Shut it down in the military, kicked all the transgenders out of the military that had been given free access, and there were thousands and thousands of them that came into the military, and probably some of them were hiding out and just came out of the closet, right? And they got pushed out, right? So this is happening across the board in a lot of places. So LGBTQ civil rights groups, including the Human Rights Campaign, the National Center for Lesbian Rights, Advocates for Trans Equality, and the ACLU, the main culprit that is a liberal institution that basically is, doing its damnedest to destroy America, are also backing the legislation, according to a news release from Balance Office, though it stands little chance in the GOP-controlled Congress. Thank God. Thank you, God. Thank you, God. All right, so it is, moving in the right direction. We control our environment, guys, through our consciousness. The Luciferians know that, and they know that we're waking up on a massive scale, and they're trying to crack down on us so fast and so hard, but it's failing. It's failing on a massive scale, all right? So how many transgender shootings have there been? All right, have there been? A lot of them. So let's share the screen. Let's look at all the transgender shootings that have been happening over the last several years. These are all the mass shootings committed by trans people in the U.S. Now, with that one I was just talking about was in Canada. And so Minneapolis, Minnesota. How about that? So the latest one was Robin, in parentheses, Westman. Wednesday's mass shooting at a Minnesota Catholic school is the latest. All right, so that was back in, what was it, 25? Somewhere in 25. So a list of mass shootings carried out by transgender individuals receivers. There has been an uptick in mass shooters and killers who are trans over the past few years. And why is that? Because the medications they take to transform them, either from a man to a woman or a woman to a man, really causes them to get whacked out, right? Literally, their consciousness and their minds are whacked out. And a lot of them talk about it. So it's very, very frustrating them. So Robert, but this was completely phony, guys. There was a bunch of us looked at it and said, that's completely fake. All right. So some of this stuff is probably engineered, some of it real, and some of it just a figment of imagination pushed by the press. So Nashville, Tennessee. So two of us were, me, special forces background, and I've seen all this stuff all over the world. And then another, former military and law enforcement, and then a very high level law enforcement. We came out and basically, broke this down. It was complete fake. All right. So this is another one, November 2022. Non-binary suspect named Anderson Aldrich at a gay nightclub, Club Q, Democrats and Antifa. So I guess this guy started shooting. The gay men and that club beat the hell out of him. Good job, gay men. Right. So Highlands Ranch, Colorado. Colorado's had a lot of these mass shootings. One student was killed and 8 others injured after a shooting took place at the Science, Technology, Engineering, and Math School in Highlands Ranch, Colorado. So in May 2019, female to male identified. So there's a transgender there. So a lot of these are just young people that these transgender promoting Democrat states continue to push, and they're causing these mass shootings, guys. Now, it's not all nasty out there today. Swarm of the dolphins. So let's change the subject and end on a happy note. So let's look at some pictures of a nice dolphin swim that I and my wife were at here in the Bahamas. So there we go. All right. So let me see if I can get this a little bit bigger. All right. So this is I've been around dolphins a lot. Dolphins have come close to me when I was a SEAL, swimming in the ocean and so forth. I swam with dolphins in the waves. They're pretty cool. This is actually the first time that I'd ever touched a dolphin. The skin is beyond satiny. All right. Beyond satiny. So you can see the look on my face. It's like, so very, very amazing. And then we have the belly. You don't want to touch down there where the genital area is. So everybody's picking their hands off right at the end. So there's the happy dolphin and the happy smiles. So this dolphin was absolutely amazing. I love the Bahama people. Everyone in the Bahamas is absolutely phenomenal. They're so happy. You can't help but love them, right? So there's a cheek kiss. There's a cheek kiss for me, right? I'm like, So, and then there's lip kiss. All right. So lip kiss got a little, he liked my wife, right? My wife got a lot of kisses. All right. I got a little kiss. Everybody gets a kiss from the dolphin. It's pretty nice. And a hug. So that's the sweet hug. All right. Dolphins are so loving. Absolutely amazing. Now, dolphins usually live 12 to 15 years in the wild. And there's where we were we were in just got the VIP dolphin swim, and we got to, get real close with them. The other group got to get real close. The two dolphins were males, and they're from one of the oldest dolphins in the group. In captivity, they can live a long time. It was a 43-year-old female. So they're very happy to get fed. They get to hang out with people that love them and dance with them, as you see here. Even Big Mike gets to dance with the dolphin. All right. So and you get to feed the dolphin. So it's a lot of fun. It's a lot of fun. And then the dolphin pushes you. You get on a boogie board and you hold your leg straight, and he comes up and gets your foot and pushes you. All right. You get the ride. It's a ride of your life. All right. A lot of fun. So we got some video of that too. We'll probably put together a little video package of that and share it. But that's the adventure. As things are, going on in the world that are crazy and sad, we can live a life, and we can live in a world that's beautiful and full of activity that's like that, right? But we have to clean up, the things that are bad. And by doing that, we can have those experiences. All of us can have all these experiences, guys, and a lot more. So it is in our best interest to stop out the Luciferian agenda for America, right? All right, guys, get dinner plans. Got to go eat some lovely dinner with some friends. I'll see you guys next time. Lots of love. Stay in the love vibration, and I'll see you guys next time.
10 top secret deep state operatives have been exposed. Traitors who planned America's total destruction, while the mainstream media and globalist cabal kept them hidden. Along with the traitors, Project DRINITY also came to light. Trinity was a Langley Zurich. On Friday, February 6, 2026, the emergency broadcast system activated in 100 U.S. cities, with the global rollout of the EBS expected within 72 hours. Expect power fluctuations, internet blackouts in select zones, cell service interruptions, all part of the controlled takedown to protect civilians. During Trump's mass arrests. Midnight Saturday 7th of February 2026, the cabal-owned U.S. Incorporated shutdown, debt-based control ended. High noon Sunday 8th of February 2026, announcement of constitutional republic restoration. Common law returned to the people. Sovereignty reactivated. EBS alert countdown begun to martial law. Prepare for a 48-hour communication blackout, along with lockdown. No more deep state censorship, no more fake news feeds, only documentaries expounding truth across every TV, radio and internet broadcasts worldwide. Expect 10 days of media silence as the military controlled communications and spit out emergency broadcasts revealing everything. Monday, February 9, 2026, gold/asset-backed global currency reset implemented. No more fiat currency manipulation. February 11, 2026 blackout. Project Odin game over. Underground operations. Military units have overtaken underground DS facilities in major cities worldwide, including Washington, D.C., London, and Berlin. These strongholds, full of surveillance equipment and servers, are now under control. For the first time, the cabal's backbone has been crushed. Media blackout. Major news networks, tech giants, and social media are under military control. Propaganda will be wiped out, making way for unfiltered truth. CEOs in these networks have resigned or vanished in the past few weeks, knowing what's coming. Strategic power outages. The power grids in urban centers are primed for controlled shutdowns, ensuring DS operatives can't use backup systems to interfere with the broadcast. Expect intermittent outages. These aren't accidents, they're steps to secure EBS integrity. What will the EBS uncover? Revealing the cabal's operations, the EBS will broadcast hidden files, over 50 terabytes of classified documents, eyewitness testimony, and more. You'll see evidence of how the WEF, Bilderberg, and other elite circles manipulated global economies and governments for their sinister goals. Human trafficking networks. Shocking truths will expose global trafficking rings. Tunnels beneath major cities, similar to those near Epstein's properties, were uncovered. Military raids in locations like Ukraine, Haiti, and Antarctica have saved thousands. Get ready for sickening details the DS tried to bury. Election manipulation unveiled. Evidence of 2020 election fraud will be revealed, showing the DS's reach in rigging elections and keeping Trump from office. The same people behind this have also been meddling in elections worldwide, including Rothschild and Rockefellers, have been captured, facing charges from currency manipulation to funding black ops. Their role in market crashes and laundering will be exposed. See Sunday, 8th of February. 2026. 107 drops the bomb, the Super Bowl ritual ends, the real fun explodes directly after 2/8/2026. Patriots, buckle up, the storm is unleashing. 107 on Telegram. 107 just lit the fuse on Rumble with a message straight from the high tower that has every true patriot's blood pumping. The so-called Super Bowl on February 8, 2026, that massive global spectacle, isn't just a game. It's the final satanic ritual halftime show, a calculated spell to seal portals between the godly realm and the dark side, breaking the eight, culminating in the death of everything good and godly before their twisted spring renewal. They push this trance of hell, every move toward the goal a mockery of truth, every halftime a direct invocation from the pit. The fun begins directly after 2/8/2026. Forget the puppy show on the field, what comes next will make that look like child's play. Q drop 2843 echoes loud and clear, the fun begins directly after. We'll make the Super Bowl look like a puppy show. Patriots vs. Seahawks. Symbolic. The turning point. Monsters going back in their boxes. Deep state strongholds crumbling as we speak. One confirms, Allied Special Forces, Delta, SEALs, already inside, raiding dumbs at warp speed. Black nobility bloodlines rounded up. Foreign troops once loyal to the cabal now flipping under Trump continuity command. The Rothschild SWIFT system. Seized. Central banks. Taken offline forever by the White Hats. This isn't theory, it's happening now. The woman given wings of the great eagle flees the serpent, Rev 12:14, nourished for a time, times, and half a time. We're in that window. The portals are sealing tight against the enemy. Their rituals fail. Their spells break. Christ renews, not their fake spring, but true resurrection power. Enons, the exact effects are hitting. Switch channels on their halftime hell, tune into the real show. Mass arrests exploding. Deep state on the brink of total annihilation. The consuming fire is coming. Prepare. The final phase is here, the kill shot activated. Hold the line, digital soldiers. The storm hits full force right after the whistle blows on 2/8. Trump's plan orchestrated every step. Q Team's Christmas truths were just the warm-up. This Super Bowl ritual marks the end of their game, and the beginning of ours. Enjoy the show, Patriots, it's going to be biblical. The monsters are boxed. The light prevails. WWG1G, the best is yet to come. Sunday 8th of February. 2026 Project Odin with martial law will go together with the E/EBS. It is a military unit that supervises military forces in ground operations. Project Odin martial law on Telegram. Odin means observe, detect, identify, neutralize. During the EBS every major media channel on the planet will be quieted. The documentaries will be broadcast for 10 days. All the channels on the planet will be taken over by the Alliance. Everything will be revealed. Political institutions, famous, religious. The final 3 days will reveal suppressed extraterrestrial life patents and the new Earth. Project Odin and military NESARA, a monumental combination that promises to overthrow the cabal's hold on global power. Prepare for the most dramatic change in modern history. When the Military Emergency Broadcast System, EBS, emerges, signaling a new era of truth, justice and liberation. The stage is set, the actors are in position, and the world is about to witness a seismic shift that will reshape the course of history. Project Odin, a project shrouded in secrecy, is about to be revealed to the world. But what is Project Odin and how does it connect to the military NESARA and the long-awaited Emergency Broadcast System, EBS? In this article, we delve into the heart of this remarkable transformation, revealing the hidden truths and unveiling the future that awaits us. Project Odin, as cryptically mentioned by Ron Code Monkeys, is not just another codename, it is the key to dismantling the Mossad media satellite network that has been at the center of global manipulation for too long. This bold mission is not for the faint of heart. Is the linchpin of the quantum Starlink system, a quantum leap in technology that promises to redefine our world. The new quantum systems, part of quantum Starlink, represent a paradigm shift in technology. These systems are protected by secret space programs that operate beyond the reach of the cabal, ensuring their integrity and security. As the cabal-controlled media crumbles, these quantum systems will emerge as heralds of truth and transparency. The cabal's last stand, Q, the enigmatic figure behind many revelations, has predicted the elimination of the Mossad media. But what comes next is even deeper. Whiplash has hinted at a major theatrical production, a misleading depiction of World War III, that will actually serve as a catalyst for the activation of military forces around the world. A biblical scenario revealed, in a twist of fate, this orchestrated chaos will pave the way for the activation of armed forces around the world, unleashing a torrent of events that will bring the cabal to its knees. The NESARA/JAZARA funds will finally see the light of day, and the people will be entrusted with the monumental task of rebuilding a long oppressed world. Identifying the Illuminati's satanic strongholds, the Kabbalah network stretches far and wide, but Q has given us insight into its most prominent strongholds. From the Vatican to Buckingham Palace, from the White House to the heart of China, these places hold the keys to the power of the Kabbalah. As the dominoes fall, 34 satanic buildings and dams will collapse, forever changing the landscape of the world. The United States in an almost instant military dictatorship, commanded by none other than Joe Biden, a multitude of events take place. As the Kabbalah faces its reckoning, a cascade of events will unfold. Project Odin martial law, worldwide blackout imminent. Project Odin, martial law on Telegram. Sunday, 8th of February, 2026. For weeks the grid has been whispering the same pattern: banks pause, satellites recalibrate, tickers glitch, courts seal, anchors out sick. That's not noise. That is staging. What is coming? Worldwide blackout and rolling waves. Not every city at once. It will look random. It is not. Martial law overlay to keep streets quiet while the old rails are drained. Flight delays, cancelled pressers. Global currency reset that flips value from paper promises to asset weight. Freedom from cabal debt as legacy ledgers convert to zero or fulfilled. What you will see first: 1. Local power flickers followed by identical maintenance notices across unrelated providers. 2. News channels looping the same frame. No live panels. No calends. 3. Payment apps timing out at login, then reopening with a new terms screen. 4. Airport boards that show on time while terminals are held at the gate. 5. A short tone on radio and TV, then a quiet screen. Do not panic. That is the bridge. What IT means: the blackout is the curtain so the crew can change the set. Martial law is the lock so no one runs. The old tricks. The arrests are the receipts that everything you suspected was not only real, it was systemic. The currency reset is the power cord finally plugged into the right outlet. Debt freedom is the first breath after years underwater. How to move through IT. Charge devices now. Screenshot critical info. Keep one device in airplane mode, turn off auto updates after the first tone. You do not need a surprise patch mid-sequence, cash on hand for 72 hours. Water, light, calm, do not chase rumors. Markers will be simple and public. Markers I will post. Market feeds that return data void for more than 6 minutes, government portals that show 888.88 or 0000.00 in place of numbers. The first tribunal docket timestamp. You will know the names. QFS wallet prompts that pair to biometric identity without quantum ID card. JAZARA credits labeled reconciliation or fulfilled. After when screens return, balances will not look like yesterday. Student debt and revolving credit show closed. Mortgage entries say fulfilled or reconciled. Pension values float to a gold index instead of dollar inflation. You will feel the room change before you understand why. Do not let fear write the story for you. The cabal sold you a lifetime lease on your own future. That contract is about to be void. Stay here. I will call the markers as they land. If this channel goes quiet, it means the broadcast grid has taken custody and the sequence is live. Hold your position. Breathe. Watch the quiet. F. Global currency reset. Sunday, 8th of February, 2026, military-industrial complex shutdown. Trump orders deep state war profiteers to cease dividends, cut salaries, or face total dismantling. No more stock buybacks while soldiers wait. Sunday, 8th of February, 2026, boom, Trump appoints Kevin Warsh as Federal Reserve Chairman, a decisive strike against globalist economics. Bye-bye. Jeromian Sunday 8th of February. 2026 countdown clock, 24 to 48 hours. Remain to Tier 4B liftoff, Team Trump on Telegram. Bank screens light up with final rates that were trading/changing in value. QFS secrets on Telegram. Iraqi dinar, $8.73, confirmed live on European trading platforms. ZIM and other currencies, final adjustments in progress. Sunday 8th of February. 2026, RVGCR Intel update. It's happening now, Patriots. Cue the storm. White hats are in full control. The quantum financial system is live and locked. The old fiat beast is being gutted silently, no public chaos, just precision strikes that leave the cabal bankrupt and screaming in the dark. February 2026 is the turning point we've waited for. Sources confirm right now the RV/GCR process was accelerating, with Tier 4B, that's us, the Internet Group, the awake ones holding dinar, dong, ZIM, notifications rolling through secure military channels. Expect your 800 numbers and appointment invites any moment. Contract rates are sky high, designed to flood trillions into humanitarian hands, not elite pockets. The pendulum has swung. Deep state financial puppets are cut off at the knees. No more rigged markets, no more debt slavery. Gold/asset-backed currencies are taking over. NESARA/NESARA is activating in phases: debt forgiveness, suppressed tech releases, prosperity packages for we the people. Military intel confirms the global wealth transfer to patriots and humanitarians is massive and unstoppable. The elites thought they could hold on forever, but Trump and the white hats flipped the script years ago. Now it's execution time. Stay ready. Phones charged, redemption centers prepped. The shotgun start is mathematically irreversible, happened late 2025, now the floodgates are cracking open in February. Cabal arrests continue in the background. Their money laundering empires collapsing. This isn't a drill. The storm is here, and it's taking down the old world order brick by brick. Patriots who held the line are about to be rewarded beyond imagination. Think generational wealth to crush child trafficking networks, rebuild communities, expose the truth. The deep state is panicking. They know their time is up. QFS has severed every last tie. No escape. We're witnessing the greatest wealth shift in history, from Satan-worshipping elites to God-fearing patriots. Hold the line a little longer. Trump is commander-in-chief, the plan is executing perfectly. February 2026, this is when it all goes public. The RV is imminent, GCR is live, freedom is winning. Trust the plan. WWG1. The best is yet to come, bigger than you can imagine. Stay strong, Enans. The storm is upon them, and victory is ours. God wins. Sunday 8th of February. 2026, National Security Report, How Trump Took Back America's Money and Rebuilt the Economy by 2026, The MAGA King on Telegram. In February 2026, the U.S. economy looks calm. Markets hold. Wages rise steadily. Inflation stays contained. That calm is intentional. It is the visible surface of a system rebuilt quietly and under pressure, after decades of hidden financial extraction. Behind the numbers was a classified national operation authorized by Donald J. Trump. Beginning in 2024, intelligence confirmed that trillions in U.S.-generated wealth were being siphoned offshore through protected banks, shell structures, and treaty-shielded jurisdictions designed to evade American control. The patterns were unmistakable. Capital exited during domestic crises, resurfaced in immunity zones, and moved through the same clearing institutions and legal intermediaries. The objective was leverage. Offshore wealth allowed external actors to influence U.S. markets, labor conditions, and debt exposure. Once mapped, the system was classified as a national security threat. That changed everything. When Trump returned to office in 2025, Recovery Authority was activated. Offshore channels tied to U.S. capital were frozen without announcement. Banks lost access. Liquidity routes went dark. Resistance never had time to form. Recovered assets moved through secured federal pipelines directly into domestic stabilization. Liquidity was reinforced, wages stabilized, and critical sectors secured without foreign oversight. By late 2025, the dollar's role was recalibrated, stronger internally, less exploitable externally. Foreign central banks noticed immediately. With monetary control restored, production followed. Energy stabilized. Manufacturing returned onshore. Strategic supply chains were reclaimed. By 2026, markets confirmed the shift, moving capital into sectors aligned with national direction before any public explanation appeared. The economy is strong because the system draining it was exposed, cut off, and reversed. The recovery is asset-based, not debt-driven. Control has changed hands. The old structure is broken and there is no path back. Sunday 8th of February. 2026 NESARA and QFS plan. What you need to know. Reclamation, the return to a better state. This is about more than just land or money, it's about restoring what was taken by the elites through their criminal systems. NESARA will do that for U.S. citizens. Restitution/reparation, compensating for the years of illegal taxes, loans, and the financial enslavement we've suffered. The income taxes, mortgages, and credit cards. They've been used to keep us as chattel, with bonds taken out against our very lives from birth certificates to social security numbers. Who's eligible? Those aged 24 to 61 plus are in line for massive lump sums depending on their age group: 61 plus, up to $61 million 45 to 60, up to $38 million 24 to 44, up to $23 million. This payout is reparation for the wrongs committed against us. NESARA and QFS plan, the process of RV redemption started. Actual signature forms like NDA and post-redemption plan documents, inside the exclusive world of redemption centers. The process of RV redemption is unfolding, and it's about more than just money. This is about reclaiming what's been stolen from us by the cabal, deep state, and banksters. Redemption centers are where we take back control, where NESARA/JESARA protocols are in full effect. At these centers, we the people will receive higher exchange rates, phones, laptops, and even rainbow currency. If you've prepared your humanitarian initiative trust, you're in prime position to benefit. This isn't just a financial reset, it's God's plan, working through us to help humanity. Redemption types currency exchange, for those with ZIM bonds, dinar, and dong, you're looking at double-digit rates at redemption centers. With gold-backed values, the ZIM bond is 1-to-1 to the new USD dollar. You'll be asked to allocate a portion of your funds for humanitarian projects. We're not just saving ourselves, we're saving the world. XRP buyback, there's a $1 million per token value on XRP set by the QFS. Already mirrored into quantum accounts. This buyback is part of a larger strategy to stabilize global markets and root out the evil. This is about more than money, this is about justice, about freedom, and about taking back what's ours. The deep state's grip is slipping, and this process is the path to redemption. The time is now, patriots, we must stand ready to rebuild and restore. Bank failures. Chase and America First banks have frozen bank account of some of their customers. Some major retailers were refusing cash payments. ATM network 67% offline. Digital payment systems failing regionally. First wave of bank failures confirmed in 12 states. Judy note, it is advised to exchange/redeem your foreign currency at an official redemption center rather than a bank. You can only redeem ZIM at RC, the dinar contract rate can only be given at RC, and banks will offer you lower exchange rates than what you can obtain at RC. Redemption centers were set to be open worldwide by Restored Republic, Sunday 8th of February. 2026 the EBS will sound, and when it does, FEMA's entire operation will be exposed. The stolen funds, the missing people, the trafficking, it will all come to light. FEMA's camps will become prisons for those who once ran them. Ezra A. Cohen. Justice is here. The White Hats are leading the charge, and FEMA's reign of terror is coming to an end. The White Hats know everything, and they are launching raids on FEMA's secret facilities, underground bunkers, hidden warehouses, disaster camps used to traffic human beings. Every FEMA agent involved in this grotesque scheme, every official who helped cover it up, will be brought to justice. The military alliance is dismantling FEMA's human trafficking network, and this time, there's no escaping the consequences. FEMA's ultimate goal has always been population control through chaos. Disasters like Hurricane Helene are just opportunities for FEMA to test their sinister agenda. The White Hats have uncovered FEMA's plans for population reduction, codenamed Operation Call, targeting not just disaster victims but anyone who threatens the deep state's power. The EBS will sound, and when it does, FEMA's entire operation will be exposed. The stolen funds, the missing people, The trafficking, it will all come to light. FEMA's camps will become prisons for those who once ran them. Justice is here. The White Hats are leading the charge, and FEMA's reign of terror is coming to an end. Sunday 8th of February. 2026. The military White Hats and Space Force were now in full control. The Musk Starlink constellation satellites were locked and loaded for a 10-day truth drop. Within hours mainstream media satellites would be offline. Media towers would be silenced. Carolyn Bessette Kennedy on Telegram. On Friday, February 6, 2026, this emergency broadcast system activated in 100 U.S. cities, with the global rollout of the EBS expected within 72 hours. Expect power fluctuations, internet blackouts in select zones, cell service interruptions, all part of the controlled takedown to protect civilians during Trump's mass arrests. Prepare for a 48-hour communication blackout, along with lockdown. No more deep state censorship, no more fake news feeds, only documentaries expounding truth across every TV, radio and internet broadcasts worldwide. Expect 10 days of media silence as the military controlled communications and spit out emergency broadcasts revealing everything, the crimes, the networks, the names, all played on loop for the world to see. When the lights come back on, the world will be different. The cabal will be gone. The system will be new. You will be free. Credit networks experiencing nationwide failures. Guru Information and Intello. Sunday 8th of February. 2026 leaked files. Top secret deep state operatives list exposed. These traitors planned America's total destruction from inside, and the globalist cabal fought to keep IT hidden forever. Carolyn Bessette Kennedy on Telegram. Patriots, the dam has burst. In February 2026, White Hat military intercepts, Pentagon dumps, and sealed tribunal files have finally named the real shadow rulers who've been gutting our republic for decades. No guns, no bombs, just pure evil, infiltration, bioweapons, mind control, trafficking, financial sabotage. They turned public health, science, and justice into weapons against we the people. Trump's iron will and quantum command ops are shredding their veil faster than they can rebuild. Arrest waves are surging, black sites are emptying, and these demons know the noose is tightening. Every failed hit on Trump proves their desperation. He's the one man who can burn their entire empire to ash. The names they prayed would never surface. The firewall is crumbling. These monsters are exposed, their networks are collapsing, tribunals are roaring, and justice is coming like a freight train. Trump and the Patriots are dismantling the beast brick by brick. Arrests are exploding, executions are imminent, and the Great Awakening is unstoppable. The storm is raging. Patriots, we are winning bigly. Hold the line. The Republic rises phoenix strong while these traitors face military tribunals and eternal reckoning. WWG Wonga. Trump is the greatest warrior in history, the Nobel doesn't even scratch the surface. Peace. Sunday 8th of February. 2026 Tucker Carlson drops the hammer, Epstein files explode, Pizzagate is real, the demonic global crime network exposed, the elite pedo cabal is finished. Patriots, Tucker Carlson, Ian Carroll, Q, The Storm on Telegram. Tucker Carlson just went nuclear with investigative warrior Ian Carroll, ripping open the fresh dump of over 3 million Epstein documents released days ago. This isn't some mild leak, it's the smoking gun proving the satanic elite have been running a global child trafficking. Epstein empire crumbled, demonic network shattered. Your fight mattered. The golden age of light crushes the darkness. Trust the plan. The storm rages in 2026, victory is ours. Boom. WWG Wonga forever, the pedos fall, humanity rises. Q. Sunday 8th of February. 2026 From Paper Lies to Golden Truths, inside the 2026 financial reset and the final fight for your freedom, the storm is here. Patriots, Carolyn Bessette Kennedy on Telegram. Wake up, Annans. The old world is crumbling right now in 2026. The fiat illusion is dead. The quantum financial system, QFS, is fully live, synchronized, and unstoppable as of early February 2026. Gold-backed currencies are rolling out globally, NESARA/JAZARA protocols are activating debt forgiveness, and the corrupt elite's paper empire is being torched in real time. This isn't a drill, this is the Great Awakening in financial form. And Trump holds the keys to the golden age. The Fed is finished, gold is king. On Sunday 1st of February. 2026, the new gold/asset-backed QFS went 100% live across the planet. No more endless printing, no more banker slavery. The U.S. Treasury is quietly buying back billions in debt, burning it out of existence, a silent economic warfare strike to reclaim sovereignty. By Monday, February 9, 2026, the full global currency reset, GCR, hits, with revaluations launching in phases. Iraqi dinar, Zimbabwe notes. All backed by real assets now. Your wealth transfers are imminent, backed by gold, silver, platinum, and unbreakable quantum encryption. NESARA/JAZARA is no longer a hope, it's operational. Debt jubilee is here. IRS and Federal Reserve collapsing under their own lies. Common law returns, sovereignty reactivated for we the people. The St. Germain Trust, that legendary trillion-dollar gold fund hidden for humanity, is unleashing its power. The elite's fiat scam ends, prosperity floods back to patriots who've held the line. And full disclosure are next, the planetary exorcism of corruption is complete. Trump's master plan unfolds, the deep state panics. Executive orders accelerate the shift to a decentralized, blockchain-powered treasury dollar. No more income tax slavery, no more corporate gouging. The U.S. debt clock screams the truth, we're moving from debt to wealth, from darkness to light. Starlink overrides mainstream lies, EBS ready to drop the hammer. Mass arrests of the cabal continue behind the scenes, their end is near, and justice is sweet. This is your moment, digital soldiers. The RV has launched. Gold surges as fiat dies. Prepare your wallets, secure your assets in the new system, because the greatest wealth transfer in history is happening now. The paper lies exposed, golden truths rising. The storm isn't coming, it's raging in 2026, and victory belongs to those who stayed true. Hold the line, the golden age dawns. Trust the plan. WWG1G. The fight for freedom ends with abundance for all who fought. Boom. The reset is live, get ready to thrive in the new world order of light. Save the Children: 2016, Pizzagate. People actually believe this conspiracy theory. It's a lie. The only people trapped in a pizzeria are the robots from Chuck E. Cheese. Stephen Colbert. 2026, David McKillips of Chuck E. Cheese resigned due to his name surfacing in the Epstein files, the rabbit hole on Telegram. Sun. February 8, 2026. Stop sending your kids to school on picture days with LifeTouch. Your kids were now in a pedo database. Sunday 8 of February. 2026. Popular child actor Macaulay Culkin breaks his silence on Michael Jackson. Jackson protected me and other. Durham. Sunday 8 of February. 2026. 500 scientists tell you and there is no climate emergency. Sunday 8 of February. 2026. The EBS will sound, and when it does, FEMA's entire operation will be exposed. The stolen funds, the missing people, the trafficking, it will all come to light. FEMA's camps will become prisons for those who once ran them. The White Hats know everything, and they are launching raids on FEMA's secret facilities, underground bunkers, hidden warehouses, disaster camps used to traffic human beings. Sunday 8 of February. 2026. Remember Benghazi. 4 brave Americans. Ambassador Chris Stevens, Sean Smith, Tyrone Woods, Glenn Doherty, slaughtered on September 11, 2012, while Secretary of State Hillary Clinton let the terrorists overrun our compound. It was a calculated deep state sacrifice to cover gun-running ops to Syrian rebels and hide the real agenda. Sunday 8 of February. 2026. CNN Washington Post lays off 1/3 of staff. Sunday 8 of February. 2026. DNC heads like Donna Brazile and Hillary Clinton's campaign manager John Podesta openly discussed a plan on how to overturn the election results if Trump won, provoke a breakdown on January 6 to disrupt the proceedings to prevent the vote from going through. That's called treason. Sunday 8 of February. 2026. Breaking, Robert F. Kennedy Jr. announced it is official. Sunday 8 of February. 2026, just in, Edward Snowden drops digital nuke on Joe Rogan. They can control your device, your data, your life, watch before it's deleted. Sunday 8 of February. 2026, why the City of London is terrified of Trump, Rothschild, Epstein, Mandelson, and the fall of the globalist empire. Sunday 8 of February. 2026, boom. Mel Gibson drops 2 medical bombshells on the Joe Rogan podcast. Prepare to have your mind blown by shocking truths that will change everything you thought you knew. Sunday, 8th of February, 2026, jaw-dropping betrayal that deserves prison time. Minnesota legislative auditor found Tim Walt's employees fabricated records to cover up fraud. They did 0 site visits to locations that received hundreds of millions of taxpayer dollars per year. JFK the leader on Telegram. Sunday, 8th of February, 2026 breaking, Pelosi's $133 million Congress stock scheme exposed, 17,000% gain while America bled. NESARA on Telegram. While Americans struggled to pay rent, fill gas tanks, and survive inflation, Nancy Pelosi and her husband quietly made over $133 million from perfectly timed stock trades, all while she was in Congress. Her portfolio didn't just grow. It outperformed the Dow by 17,000% over 37 years. This isn't smart investing. This is insider access, power, and silence, while jobs vanished, and while families sank in debt. Pelosi entered Congress in 1987 with a modest net worth. By 2025, that modesty had exploded into a financial empire. Every trade conveniently aligned with legislation she could influence. Dumping stocks right before regulation. Buying options before major announcements. All while pretending to serve the people. The Dow grew around 1,200% since '87. Pelosi's trades clocked in at 17,000%. That's not luck. That's rigged. Under 18 U.S. Code Section 1348, trading on insider knowledge is criminal. The Stock Act was passed to prevent this exact abuse. So where's the DOJ? Where's the investigation? Where's CNN now? Nowhere. Because when politicians rob you legally, the system applauds. If a truck driver profited off leaked intel, he'd be in prison. But Pelosi gets a standing ovation and a luxurious retirement. Just days ago, she announced she won't run again. No consequences. No charges. Just a quiet exit and a mountain of cash. Meanwhile, patriots rot in prison for trespassing. Trump faces endless trials for speaking out. And Pelosi walks free, after a lifetime of betrayal wrapped in legislation. This is the swamp. This is the rigged system Trump warned us about. And the people are done watching. Sunday, 8th of February, 2026. Trump just ended it all. $170 billion ripped from illegal immigrant trafficking. Money now flowing straight to American families and patriots. Carolyn Bessette Kennedy on Telegram. Patriots, the globalist invasion beast is finished. In February 2026, President Trump has obliterated the parasitic NGOs that turned your taxes into weapons for border chaos, human smuggling, child trafficking, and demographic wipeout. Catholic Charities, HIAS, IRC, World Central Kitchen, these UN-backed fronts handed out debit cards, hotels, maps, and legal cover to millions flooding in, laundering billions through fake humanitarian scams. January 23, 2026, Trump signed the kill order. The 2026 budget incinerated the slush funds. From 2025's 2.6 million mass removals comes the $170 billion sovereignty dividend, exact cash stolen from American families to fuel replacement. It's not feeding more programs. It's liquidated and delivered directly to we the people via the American Heritage Fund. Pure justice reallocation, NGO integration grants gone. $10,000 heritage tax credit per American child, migrant housing vouchers terminated. Veteran school safety with armed guards. Legal aid for illegals cut. Asset seizure task force hunting gangs. Sanctuary school funds eliminated. Technical voced for real citizens. Refugee quotas suspended. Massive boost to Social Security. NGO blacklist activated. Contracts axed, tax-exempt revoked. Assets frozen for deportation flights. Catholic Charities migration arm zeroed, records seized for smuggling probes. HIAS banned, assets sold to fund the wall. IRC leaders grilled for cartel ties. These weren't charities, they were Soros-linked trafficking travel agencies. No cash pipeline equals caravans collapse overnight. Border locked forever. $46 billion. One big beautiful bill hits. 98% smart wall, 30-foot steel, underground sensors, AI drones launching 10 miles out. Rio Grande sealed with spinning buoys and mesh, only biometric entry now. Alien enemies act in full force, Tren Aragua gangs treated as military threats. Task force clawed $12.4 billion cartel money, mansions, crypto, fleets, straight into Social Security. Criminals who blend us now pay our retirees. Divine payback. Schools reclaimed, surplus funds hire 100,000 armed veteran officers, purge indoctrination, build real American tradesmen. Elites plan to erase our nation with engineered migration. Trump crushed it. Border sealed, invaders gone, $170 billion back to families, cartels funding reparations. This is full independence from the New World Order. Antifa leader arrested after call to violence. Federal crackdown in Minneapolis. Ezra Cohen on Telegram. Federal agents have arrested Kyle Wagner, a self-proclaimed Antifa commander, after he publicly called on followers to arm themselves and attack ICE agents. His arrest signals the launch of a sweeping federal investigation into violent extremist networks embedded in Minneapolis. Wagner crossed the line when he recorded a video urging people to get their guns and stated, "We're coming for ICE." It was a direct incitement to violence. The video left no room for doubt and became the key piece of evidence linking his online rhetoric to real-world intent. Beyond the video, Wagner posted threats naming federal agents, release their private information, and encouraged followers to disrupt ICE operations. He urged them to track officers, identify vehicles, and interfere with arrests. This pattern of behavior showed a coordinated effort to destabilize